Well, hey, and welcome to the stream today. I cannot wait to have a conversation with you guys. And I know we met earlier, but really we were just watching the coroner's report. There certainly is a whole lot to talk about today. A couple things just as we're getting started. Why don't you let me know where you're watching from? Where are you watching from? And if you don't mind, while you're typing that in, if you're close near it, can you hit the like button on the video as well? It looks like we have Heidi who's watching from Wisconsin. Thank you, Heidi, for showing up. Diane, thank you for becoming a member of the Feller fam. Carson's watching from Miami. We have Shannon all the way from California. Cassidy from New Zealand. Looks like we have a Devon, Pennsylvania from Rita. Wilmington, North Carolina from Tuesday in the house. Shelly's watching from San Diego. We have Colorado. Hi from Savannah, Georgia. Tracy's watching from Ohio. Looks like Pink Butterfly's watching also from Ohio. Debbie from South Carolina. Hope all the way from London. Thanks, Hope, for watching all the way from London. What time is it there? Pensacola, Florida is in the house today. Another Florida, another Australia. Beverly watching from Australia. What time is it in Australia? Sonia's watching from Connecticut, Fremont, North Carolina, Boone, North Carolina. Is there pressure in North Carolina? Pay attention to what's going on. Texas in the house. Everything's bigger in Texas, they say. Love your show, watching from Vermont, Dallas, Texas. So great people from all over the place. It looks like you guys are tuning in. Do me a favor, if you don't mind, hit the like button on the video. That shoots us out into the YouTube algorithm. If you haven't already, make sure you've subscribed to the channel, subscribing to the channel, liking the video, commenting. It helps us definitely get out there in the YouTube world. And, it's a lot to talk about today. And it's even more pressure. The heat is turned up. We need to find Brian. Rita saying, hello from the Philippines. Maayong adlaw. That means good afternoon or a good day, I guess, in Cebuano, which is a Filipino language. Melanie says it's 10:47 in Brisbane. Tammy, thank you for watching all the way from Canada. Tiffany, thanks for becoming a YouTube member. It means a lot that you guys would join today in that way. Feller fam's a special community that we're continuing to build around here. And so those of you that's joined it, they understand and you know what I'm talking about. And so Treese joined as well. Treese, thank you for joining the Feller fam today. We do have a new emoji. If you guys haven't been able to see it, we have a brand new emoji that says debunked. And so I thought it was kind of cool. They allow you to have a certain number of emojis based off of how many people are part of your group. And so today we crossed another threshold where they allowed the Feller fam to introduce a new emoji. And so those of you who are part of the Feller fam, you should have several different emojis to pick from, including a Gablock emoji, an emoji that says Justice for Gabby, emoji that has a picture of my face on it for whatever reason, if you wanted to use that one that says let's find Brian. So hey, there's some interesting things that came out today. Obviously we talked about them earlier, but there's one little clue that I didn't pick up as deep until after the fact, because when you're in the press conference, it felt like so many of those statements began to become repetitive. And so when they were all repetitive, it was hard to just really feel like anything was being said, because he kept saying, I can't answer, I can't answer, I can't answer. But there was a moment that came along where the coroner gave some insight in a different way that actually felt like, to me, he was answering a question that he wasn't answering. And I felt like it was a slip of the tongue. And so I felt like the coroner let the cat out of the bag a bit. So we're going to watch a video where they're going to just give you a rundown in case you didn't see the news earlier today. And then in sort of the debunking or discussion from the news report, they share with you a little bit of where the coroner let the cat out of the bag. So check out this video.
Thank you for joining us. We want to begin with the revelation tonight from a coroner in Wyoming that Gabby Petito was strangled to death. The 22-year-old's body was found in Wyoming more than 3 weeks ago, just days after her fiancé, Brian Laundrie, disappeared. The coroner says Petito's body had been exposed to the elements and wildlife for several weeks before she was found. He did not offer many details. He wouldn't say if she was buried, but in response to a reporter's question, the coroner did reveal Petito was not pregnant. A toxicology report was done, but the results won't be released because of Wyoming laws. Laundrie is the only person of interest in the case and remains the focus of an intense multi-state manhunt. His family says he went for a hike in a nature preserve in Florida nearly a month ago and hasn't been seen since. CBS's Manuel Bojorquez is going to lead us off tonight with shocking new details in the case. Good evening, Manny.
Good evening, Nora. Tonight, the family of Gabby Petito had no comment on the day's developments, a story that is largely unfolding in two states, here in Florida, where the search for Brian Laundrie continues, and in Wyoming, where the county coroner revealed the cause of death: manual strangulation and throttling.
In the manner of death of Gabrielle Lenora Petito, we find the cause and manner to be death by strangulation, and manner is homicide.
Teton County, Wyoming coroner Dr. Brent Blue also revealed how long her body had been in the wilderness.
The DNA samples were taken by law enforcement, and all I can tell you about remains is that the body was outside for 3 to 4 weeks.
The 22-year-old's body was discovered September 19th in Wyoming's Bridger-Teton National Forest.
I love the band.
What started as a cross-country summer trip with her fiancé, 23-year-old Brian Laundrie, devolved into fights witnessed by passersby and police.
This is a rough morning.
Like this one, where officers were called on August 12th in Moab, Utah.
The shoes gets worked up sometimes.
On August 27th, around the time of Petito's death, there was a text message sent from her phone that her family questions was from her. On September 11th, they reported her missing after Laundrie returned home to Florida without her and refused to cooperate with investigators. Less than a week later, Laundrie was reported missing himself. His parents told police he went hiking at a nearby reserve and feared he may harm himself. His father helped in the search last week, but so far, there's been no sign of him. And while refusing to comment beyond her cause of death, Dr. Blue did allude to domestic violence.
This is the part right here.
Unfortunately, this is only one of many deaths around the country of people who are involved in domestic violence. And it's unfortunate that these other deaths do not get as much coverage as this one.
The Laundrie family attorney issued a statement this afternoon reminding everyone that Brian Laundrie remains only a person of interest in the case and has only been charged with using someone else's financial accounts. It is worth noting that as much interest as this case has garnered, the National Crime Information Center says at the end of last year, it had nearly 90,000.
So as you guys can see, there was a lot that went into that conversation today, and a couple of things that I picked up on. One of them was manual strangulation. If you read the actual coroner's report, it was more than just strangulation. I assume that there's a difference between different types of strangulation, and manual would mean that he did it with his hands and not through some other means of methods. I'm saying he. Again, just alleging that it was Brian. It's the most probable that it's Brian out of anybody else. So people say, well, how come we don't give him the benefit of the doubt? We do often. We say alleged, innocent until proven guilty. However, he's the one with consciousness of guilt that's taken off. And another thing that I think happened was the coroner said in other domestic violence type situations. And I felt like that was a big time clue in other domestic violence type situations. And so whenever I think about that, I think it was a little bit of a slip of a tongue. It's like, I don't know if he did it on purpose or if it was an accident, but it felt like to me he was saying something along the lines of, yeah, this was a situation that involved domestic violence. In other words, this is a situation that it was between two people who were in a relationship with one another. And to me, it just added a deeper level of clarity around what we were already suspecting. What do you guys think about that? Like, I know I'm going to get so much like feedback from people who disagree with my thought of even going out there on a limb and saying that, but do you think that Brian is guilty? And I'm going to put that in the poll, and I'm going to guess the answer is going to probably be 95%. To me, it was like maybe he was 90% guilty before. Now it's like 95 to 99% that Brian is guilty. Like the little bit of leeway I was giving him is starting to diminish. So I'm just going to put that in there. Do you think Brian is guilty of homicide? And I'm asking the community now, and if you guys don't mind answering that poll question, and if you haven't done so yet, anytime that you hit the like button, it shoots us out into the YouTube algorithm. And so while you're answering that poll, do me a favor and hit the like button as well. There's about 400 likes on this video and about 2,000 or 3,000 of you guys watching. So if you guys don't mind, do your boy a favor. All right, do me a favor and hit the like button on the video. That's going to shoot us onto the homepage for people that are interested in this topic already to begin with. As the results are coming in, it's 95% yes, 96% yes now, 4% no out of about 500 votes. Those votes are continuing to flood in. And I just don't think that if you're innocent, you would be acting in the type of behavior that Brian is acting in. I think I understand we need some evidence, some more evidence that is going to, put him as the guilty person. But at this point, I think we're not looking at DNA or forensic type evidence anyways. I think we're going to be looking at circumstantial evidence. Who was the last person that Gabby was seen with? Well, his name's Brian Laundrie, and they were at the Mary Piglet. Well, what was that encounter like? Well, there was a huge argument, and he was so mad that he went in and out of the restaurant several different times, 4 or 5 times, according to eyewitnesses, and he was screaming and she was crying. Well, when's the last time anybody heard from her? Well, the last text message that they received, they thought was kind of funny, and they don't really think it was from her. And the last conversation that she had with her mom, she alluded to that the situation between her and Brian was increasingly becoming intense. Did Brian report that his fiance in love was missing? No. He stole her debit card and went on a ride home. The circumstances point to the fact that he's guilty. As soon as she become a missing person, well, then it's clear as day that they're going to come after him, and they lawyer up immediately. And then he disappears when his family says supposedly that he went out for a hike. And now we're on a manhunt for him. See, Teton, manual strangulation is the human cause of strangulation. Yes, Dr. Blue slipped on the DV thing. See, that's what I was saying. Thank you for the super chat, by the way. I think I was right on whenever I was saying that. Sandy V says, why do you think they released the cause of death when initially they said this would compromise the investigation? I think immediately they knew that it was a homicide, and they had a responsibility with probably in a certain time frame to file that order. And so what we saw today, it's been a month since she was reported missing. It's coming up on 3 weeks or so since they found the remains of her body. I wonder if they were against a time clock, because the way that he worded it was the Teton County coroner is filing, is what he said. We're filing today that it was strangulation. And then when you read it, it said strangulation, throttling, manual strangulation / throttling. And so whenever we think about why they were waiting to release it, I don't necessarily think they were compromising the investigation in the sense of some of the ways the media had portrayed it, because I can't remember any of the officials actually saying that. It's just people speculating that's why they weren't doing it. But whenever I think about the time frame that they were up against and the report that they were filing, I'm surprised that it took this long. Honestly, that it took this long for them to be able to do that. So anyways, thank you, Sandy V, for the comment, for the question, and for the super chat. Really appreciate that. I appreciate you guys supporting the channel. Honestly, today I'm feeling really tired. I don't feel super great today. And just the fact that you guys are all here and we can band together and try to do something positive really helps out. Honestly, that word, people are asking about the word throttling. That word throttling is just another word when I looked it up for, I guess, blocking off of passage of airway, in other words, strangulation. And there seems to be no distinct difference between the two. And because there's a slash, it wasn't like or, There's some questions. I wish I would have been able to be on the interview today, because there's some questions that I would have asked the coroner that maybe he would answer. But you know what? I wasn't on there. Instead, I was on here with you guys, and we had a good time trying to figure it out together. If you guys don't mind, do me a favor, hit the like button on the video. And I'm going to go ahead and put the link for some of you guys I know are wanting to get on and share your thoughts. And I want to say this today because this is going to be a topic of discussion that's going to continue to permeate. And while this highlights something that's very tragic that we do need to spend more time talking about, and that's being in DV relationships or SA relationships or toxic relationships. While this does highlight that, I want to encourage you guys to call in today. But when you call in, let's make sure that we're all staying focused on what we're all banded here together to do, which is find Brian and get down to the bottom of this. Because I think sometimes when people call in, they use it as an opportunity to, to talk more about themselves, and that's fine. And I think there's a time and place for that. I just don't know if on this live stream is the time and place to be able to do that. Not that I don't care about your story. I care about your story, and I care about everybody's story, but I want to make sure that we're staying focused on some of the stuff that we're supposed to be doing whenever you call in. Kara LZ, thank you so much for the super chat, for the support of the channel. Tina says, I wish they would have gave a time of death. I don't think they actually know. He said it was very difficult for them to even come up with anything that they were coming up with, because he'd been out there for so long. It's been such a weathered situation. They're trying to figure it all out together, and with anthropologists and different people that were working on the situation. So I don't know if they could nail it down. We know that on August 27th isn't that when the situation took place at the Mary Piglet? That's when the Red, White, and Bethune video was filmed, whenever they drove by and saw them there. And so it's likely that the death happened on August 27th. That seems to be, a general theme that's even more solidified today after hearing this. Rita, thank you so much for the super sticker. It means a whole lot. And a thought that I had was, a coroner probably has certain limitations that they're allowed to share. And some of those limitations are probably based upon certain things, like if a body's decomposing, you have to word it this way, and you have to say it in this manner. And so I was just saying, like, probably he had to say 3 to 4 weeks based on whatever he found. Paranormal Country Hunters, thank you for the super chat. You say, I love the show. Keep it up. I believe Brian may be deceased, to be honest. Anyway, God bless. Thank you for that thought. I think people are beginning to think that more and more. Initially, I don't think anybody was thinking that Brian was deceased and that he was on the run, but now it definitely feels like that's ever increasingly a possibility. I'm hoping that he's not. People are saying, well, he needs to go kill himself. That's a wrong way to think about things. That if you don't believe that the worst of people, could receive redemption in their life, at least from God, then I'll just say this, that you need to have a different script that you believe about humanity. And I don't think anybody should die. I think everybody needs an opportunity to at least hear the gospel in their lives. And beyond that, I think if he is alive, and I hope he's alive, and I believe that he's alive at this point, the family needs to have some kind of closure. And so I'm hoping that he's alive for several reasons. But one of them is that I believe that, while there's natural consequences that definitely need to be given out, that he also needs to be alive to be able to provide some, clarity to the Petito family about what happened. So that's one way to think about that. Anyways, I thank you for the super chat. It means a lot. It means a lot that you guys support in that way, and so many of you guys have become Feller fam members. I hope you guys are liking the new emojis that we have coming out. Shout out to Diane, Ali, Tiffany, Treese, Michelle, and Mushroom Clouds, who have all today during this stream have became a part of that Feller fam. So that's really awesome. Thank you guys. Liz, thank you for your comment. You say it was Brian because he kept going back to that spot and alone. So it was a pretty secluded area, but maybe the dispersed camping area was was home to more van lifers than we realized, but definitely was a very secluded area. Avery, thank you for the super chat. You said, Tyler, I tried staying optimistic about Brian, but today shattered me. Why can't people just learn to walk away? I'm heartbroken. I think, Avery, that's part of the reason why so many people are connecting to this. They see themselves in it. They see people that are dealing with difficult circumstances that they love and care about in it. And they're shattered because they hear news like this, and they know that for themselves and for the ones that they love, that something very detrimental could possibly happen if they don't learn how to walk away. It's a very challenging, scenario to try to build up and try to walk through and try to work through. And my heart breaks for anybody that's in a toxic relationship. And I've say it almost every stream, but there's a reason why so many of your hearts are drawn to this. And I'm just going to encourage you, if you find yourself in a dangerous or toxic situation, something that even maybe you're trying to justify it, but there's some red flags. Life is too short. You only live one time. And so why don't you do what you know you need to do before you're unable to do what you know you should do? And for many people, that means you need to walk away, and you probably need a little bit of help, maybe some mental health help, to either with a life coach or a pastor or a counselor or all of the above to get you on the right path. Dalila Amarovic, thank you for the super chat. You say, I'm wondering, where could have Brian cleaned up after? When he was picked up by the couple, he was clean and he had a fresh change of clothes. So Delilah, probably Delilah, just a different way to spell it. Delilah, I think that he was in the dispersed camping area, and then he made a hike to this place called Coulter Bay. And while he was at Coulter Bay, used showers or things that were there. And then from Coulter Bay, that's where he hitchhiked back to get to the dispersed camping area where the van was at. If he didn't do that, and he somehow had another way to get to Coulter Bay, like whether he was given a ride or hitchhike there, and that information hadn't come out yet, he could have cleaned up in a creek. There was a creek there. I don't think that he did, but there was a creek there. Psalm 91 says we need to turn up the heat on his parents. I think that today this probably did turn the heat up on the parents a bit. I don't know for sure, but I definitely think it turned up the heat on the parents a bit. It's not something we know, but it's something that I think is probably happening. CIHI, how are you? Thanks for joining the call. Doesn't seem like they're there. He probably disposed of his clothes whenever he picked her up in the creek or the bay. Hopefully that will be checked. I assume they're checking all of that stuff out. I mean, that's sort of my thought behind it. I assume they're checking all of it out. Gavis, what's up? How are you?
I'm great. How are you, sir?
I'm all right. I'm just, we were on here earlier and we had a little bit of time to digest the coroner's report more than before. And something that at least I didn't pick up on and we didn't bring to conversation was that statement when the coroner was asked about the media circus. He just sort of made a statement where he was like, well, you know what? There's all kinds of other domestic violence situations that haven't been picked up by the media. And so just then he had labeled that a DV situation. So Clark, the Doberman, you're on.
Oh, wow. Right away. How's it going, guys?
Going well, man. Thank you for calling in.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on strangulation. I think we're all aware is a pretty intimate way to do an act like this, and that it takes quite a while. It's not like the movies where it's just a couple of seconds. It takes minutes to strangle somebody. So it seems to me like a crime of passion, fit of rage type thing.
Definitely a fit of rage type thing.
Yeah, maybe not a serial type scenario.
Somebody put it online. They sent a super chat before actually the stream started, and they said it takes 4 to 7 minutes for that process to take place, which means he had 4 to 7 minutes for something to, cause him to desire not to do that and to quit.
To stop himself. Yeah. And one thing that's just really keeps haunting me is seeing those pictures from his sister on the 6th when he's just smiling and man, she's just a few days, and it's like he's just not even affected. It just creeps me out every time I think about it.
I know. I don't have words to even talk about that. I'm going to go show, because some people may have not seen that exact picture that you see. I'm going to go to one of my other favorite YouTubers page called Grizzly Books True Crime, because they posted a picture in their community about it. And so I want to show people on the screen exactly what you're talking about, because whenever she posted it to her community page, I saw and thought the same thing. Like, I cannot believe he's just smiling. Here's the picture you're talking about.
Smiling and laughing. And
oh my goodness.
It's just a few days since presumably he did this act, and he's just not even affected. And I'm wondering, if he told his parents the truth of what happened or not, if this might get his parents like, okay, he's not telling us, he said that he was defending, and obviously, he murdered. So
for everyone who's saying we haven't been given parents benefit of the doubt or whatever, it's like at this point,
they know something now.
Yeah. Clark, thanks for calling in.
Yeah, thanks a lot for having me.
Curious George says, love the hat, Tyler. St. Louis Cardinals, man. Thanks for all you do. Also, I think everything revolves around the 27th. Would love to talk about it with you guys sometimes. Thanks again. Well, feel free to call in whenever you want, Curious George. And the 27th, we've been saying since the beginning, Gavis, that's the date. We have no reason to believe that isn't the date. And when they're saying 3 to 4 weeks, all that does is even more greatly reaffirm that it is. Because this was the case that was being made ahead of time or before. They were saying things like, oh, they got in a big fight. Brian didn't want to deal with it, so he went home and left her in the van by herself. That's what people were saying. I don't know if you were aware of that. And so now we know that Brian 3 to 4 weeks ago was still with her. So it solidifies a timeline where,
it basically closes in the lawyer not giving him any escape by going to 4 weeks, because it's actually like 3 weeks and a few days, because her body was discovered on the 21st.
Right.
So that's, I think, in afterthought why he stretched it out to 4 weeks.
Yeah. I think it was like medically important or procedurally proper that he made this statement in that way. Hey, if you guys haven't done so already, do me a favor and hit the like button on this video. It definitely helps shoot us out into the YouTube algorithm. Whitley, you're on. You're muted.
Hey, can you hear me?
Can hear you.
So just curious, do you think the parents are going to end up actually trying to get him off on mental illness? Because with this being a manual strangulation, that's kind of my question. That was personal.
At this point, he isn't charged for it, but you're saying hypothetically, if he is charged for a crime, are the parents going to make the case that he needs to chill out because it was that the charges need to be chilled out because he was mentally ill? I think that's going to be an attempt, and I think that some of what they're doing is trying to build a case towards that. We had a lawyer that's called in a couple of times, and one of the things she said was like she doesn't really believe that is going to be possible because of how they have to determine if somebody had a mental situation when that happened. And then again, with the calls and different things that were going on, unless he had a prior relationship with a psychiatrist. Whitley, is that what you think is going to happen, that they're going to try to get him off on that?
I do. I'm kind of wondering if there is something, and we haven't really heard if, there is something in his past with a psychiatrist or any kind of mental illness, but with everything revolving around the parents, especially, I'm wondering if that is their play in the end, is to try to pull this as mental illness and try to get him off without being charged.
The Kid Kutch sent in a super chat. Thank you for the super chat, by the way. He said, I find it interesting, not that he used the words DV, but the fact that him saying it was domestic violence insinuates that Brian did it. Interesting. Did you pick up on that? He was like refusing to talk, and then all of a sudden he said that statement, which I felt like let the cat out of the bag a bit.
Well, somebody sent me some information today on DV, and most strangulations and things like that occur by their significant partner, and the numbers are huge. It's like almost 70% that it's caused by the significant partner.
Wow.
It's pretty high. So yeah, I just hope that this lawyer is strategizing right now, and he's trying to figure out a way he can utilize the Coulter Bay incident and say, well, Brian wasn't even there. That's, I think, where he's going to hang his defense. I don't think he can go to the mental, but we'll see.
Interesting. Thank you for calling in, Whitley.
Yep, you're very welcome. As a previous survivor of domestic violence, this is one of those cases that I've really followed very closely, and I'm hoping and praying for some justice for her and some peace for this family.
I'm sorry that you've had to deal with that. You sound really strong and that the Lord's been with you. So that's a blessing.
Absolutely.
And, I know a lot of us are connected to it. Thank you for calling in.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Elizabeth, thank you for the super chat. She shares a Bible verse, Isaiah 3:11. Woe to the wicked. It will go badly with him, for what he deserves will be done to him. Woe unto the wicked. It shall be ill with him, for the reward of his hands shall be given to him. Thank you, Elizabeth, for sharing that Bible verse. Thank you for sending in a super chat. Thank you for supporting the channel. Museum Americana says, is it possible that Brian went home after she broke up with him and cleaned out storage at all costs and returned enraged and premeditated a murder? Yeah, I think that's possible. Is it the thing that happened? I don't know, but it's possible. Because Gabs, people have been saying that sometimes in these situations, if there's a breakup that's happening, and a lot of people believe in this theory, it's not just this one person, a lot of people believe in this theory, that he was so upset and enraged about the breakup that that's actually what caused it. So I'm not saying that I personally believe that, but I'm saying, yeah, it's definitely possible that he went home because they broke up. They're trying to figure it out. He decides to go back. When he goes back, he's coming back with a vengeance.
It's a weird situation because all over the news in Salt Lake City would have been the 2 murders from Moab, and it's Gabby's van. So if she just had a horrific breakup with Brian, you'd think she'd hightail and get out of there rather than welcome him back a week later.
Well, I don't know.
It's confusing. It's confusing.
The cycles of being in toxic and abusive relationships don't make sense by the naked eye. Maureen, thank you for the super chat. They were holding on to specifics, so Brian can't use that info to help his case. Very true. You're making a good point. There are certain things they weren't releasing, and most likely waiting on DNA evidence to leave in the elements. Heartless. My heart breaks for Gabby's family. My heart breaks also for Gabby's family. You're right. You are right on the nail, Maureen. Mandy says this, am I understanding things right to ask? She says, when Gabby called her dad for pepperoni pizza, was that maybe code for help? Odd the hotel wouldn't have Wi-Fi. Apparently the Wi-Fi was down partially due to like wildfires in the area. I don't know if she was asking for pepperoni pizza. He ordered her Domino's, is all we know, is all the dad said. There's nothing that I saw that said he ordered her pepperoni pizza. People have made statements saying that could have been what it is, but Mandy, I don't know for sure, to be honest with you. I understand why the hotel maybe has Wi-Fi issues and why it went down, and then I know a lot of people who can work a Domino's app but have a hard time with Uber Eats app if you're not, because with the Uber Eats a lot of times uses your location where you're at, and so Domino's just lets you send to an address, and so there's a difference between the apps. Mushroom Cloud says Isaiah 3:11 coincides with Genesis when Cain killed Abel and was worried someone would kill him. Yeah, you're right, and it's sort of, there's some paranoia that gets built into some of that. So
back to the question just before that, it was a few days before Gabby was actually murdered, so I don't think that that phone call about pizza was in any way a call for help. I think her dad said that if she ever asked for help, he would have been there in a heartbeat and taken care of the situation. So
I believe that after seeing her dad on interviews and different things.
Yeah,
like I don't feel like if you met him and you were dating his daughter, you'd really want to mess around.
Yeah, especially when he's calling you the female version of your name, right?
Yeah. I mean, that's sort of what I was thinking. Cindy, thanks for calling in today. How are you?
Hi, Tyler. Hi, Gabby's. How are you?
Doing really well. Let me just get to this super chat real fast as it came in, and
Okay.
it's going to disappear if I don't. So Elizabeth says, thank you for the super chat, by the way, Elizabeth. She says, Rose is correct. The threat of a breakup is most potentially lethal time for the victims of DV. That's a good point to make, Elizabeth, because I've listened to Nancy Grace talk about this and others talk about that have studied not just being in DVs or toxic relationships with narcissistic abuse or other types of mental illnesses involved, but going deep into when there is a fatality introduced into it. The most lethal time is when the person who's on the recipient and the victim is making the decision to leave. You have to be very careful about that. Cindy, thanks for calling in. What are your thoughts?
Well, my prayers go out to the families. I mean, that's just a horrible blow, especially for the father and the stepfather. Just prayers for them. But why did they wait a month? Do you think this is to pressure the parents?
He said that coroner said today that they waited so long because the body had been exposed to so many elements that it took them a while to, solidify that this was the cause of death.
Yeah, a month is a long time, though. But she was out in the elements for 3 weeks. Do you think she was even recognizable after that time?
I don't know. I thought about that because the stepfather identified her because of the hoodie that she was wearing.
Yeah.
Because there was somebody else out there that fit her similar description. And it made it sound like, her decomposition would have taken place in such a way that, unfortunately.
But the wildlife and stuff like that, that's what I was thinking. That's all I had to say. Like I said, prayers for that family. That's, I'm sure they probably knew before today.
I think so too.
Yeah, they have to know. But anyway, guys, that's all I had to say. And I do think GABBY'S, I think the 27th is the date. With all the timelines and everything like that, I looked it over several times, and I think a lot of people are thinking that. But anyway, guys, that's all I had to say tonight. Thank you for your show.
Thank you.
I think Joe Petito's description of when he went out there to the site was pretty accurate. I thought it was right in front of the tent, so I don't know if there was much animal activity on the body. So I hope that that's not the case.
Yeah. I mean, at worst, it could have been the 28th, right?
Well, until we know the exact time of those texts that were sent, the stand text and no service in Yosemite, that's the only way to pinpoint that. And the only person or people that know that are the FBI. So we have to create different timelines.
Josette says bruises on his inner forearms in defense, her trying to push him off. Also, the Brian Laundrie friend that posted about him choking before this, pure evil.
Right, and when he was sitting on that log in the on the 6th at Fort DeSoto, someone was saying that they could see a big blue bruise on his right leg. So maybe.
Yeah, thank you for the super chat, Just Set. Elizabeth says toxicology results has a standard 4 to 6 turnaround. Is that 4 to 6 weeks or 4 to 6 days? Thank you again for the super chat. But I do think the toxicology report had something to do with it. And then they were also involving other different levels of forensic specialists beyond that as well. It wasn't just toxicology. They had to go all in on all sorts of different measures to try to make sure that they were getting down to the bottom of it. Yeah, weeks. That people are saying weeks. So 4 to 6 weeks on the toxicology report. I would think they could expedite that. I don't know if you got it. Like, why does it take so long? I'm wondering.
No idea. I have no training in that field.
Kim, thanks for calling in. How are you?
Hey, how are y'all?
Doing well. Hey, we just got a super chat from Kara. She says, will we get justice for Gabby and many other victims? I really hope so, Kara. I really, really hope that we do. You said my friend Rachel Wierzbicki, 22, was murdered by her boyfriend Shane Casado in Buffalo, New York. Last week, he was acquitted of all charges. Now, how many more will get away with it? I think I'm so sorry to hear that, Kara. I think that part of the situation that they're being so careful with too, is because they're not wanting him to be acquitted of any of the charges. And so one of the things they're doing is being very careful about what they release and how they release it. And the FBI is not involved. I think had it been left up to local officials, some of that little nuances that would have allowed him to.
Yeah, I think police forces around the world need to start taking a look at prevention before it gets to the point of investigation. Like, let's step up. If this way you're doing things right now is broken, let's break the wheel and make it better, because this is total bad stuff. Like, come on, guys, get your stuff together.
Kim, what are your thoughts today? Thank you for calling in.
Yeah, absolutely. So I heard a bunch of people. I was on the earlier call, the stream during the press conference, and there was a bunch of people that were kind of, I guess, frustrated, which, I mean, I would be too, and was too, with the coroner. But one of the things, I used to teach civics, and it's kind of confusing, but taught civics 25 years ago, but it's kind of confusing. But the coroner can only say the manner and the cause, and that's really all there, especially in Wyoming. He kept saying he's only allowed to say those things. And the manners of death, there's only 4 or 5, depending on which state you're in. And in Wyoming, he said 4. So that would be accidental, homicide, suicide, or undetermined. In some states, add pending. But homicide just means it's not lawful or unlawful. Homicide just means that it's death of one human by another. And that's, yeah, that's the means. So then the coroner can't make any determination about the legal charges. That's up to whoever has jurisdiction. So it could be the FBI or the police. And from what I'm hearing, they haven't decided yet who's going to have jurisdiction. So I think that's some of the delay we're seeing in him being charged. But I was talking to a policeman, and he said kind of what I think both of you have said it at one time. It doesn't really matter, because they have enough right now to pick him up and hold him with the credit card charge. And so he was saying that that's enough at this point in time, that really, the grand jury might be in secret meetings. And this, I guess, announcement could have been for the grand jury. Or he said it could have been to put pressure on the parents, like so many people were saying, or even to put pressure on somebody else who might be helping him, who might have believed, that he didn't do this or that he wasn't guilty, to say, hey, this was strangulation, which is a very personal crime. So while it's not guaranteed that he did it, it's more likely that he did it. So that's what the policeman was saying. He was saying that we probably won't hear the criminal charge of whether it's murder or manslaughter. Manslaughter doesn't seem likely. Involuntary manslaughter doesn't seem likely. He was saying the only thing that he could see would be maybe, and I don't know how to put this delicately, during a passionate moment, some people engage in that, and that he could potentially say that it was that gone wrong.
Like an erotic type of.
Correct. Erotic asphyxiation, I think it's called. Asphyxia. Yeah. So he was saying that that's the only defense, but he said we probably won't see a criminal charge in terms of whether, accidental homicide or, negligent homicide or manslaughter, until the grand jury meets and does the sealed indictment like we were talking about before, or until he confesses, which we probably won't see him do, or until they pick him up and interrogate him and put pressure on him. So that's why the coroner couldn't say more. Apparently, all he can say is whether it was one of those 4. And then
here's some insight into the grand jury and how they work, because a friend of mine was on the grand jury, and it's jury duty like any other type of jury duty, but they call you in, and he served a 12-month jury duty where he had to go every week.
Oh my goodness.
And for literally that would be like the painstakingly, one that you don't want to have. But he was on jury duty every Tuesday, literally for a year. He had to go, and they would sign indictments and deal with subpoenas and things like that, because these are people who have jobs and they're serving long term. And a lot of times they'll say, like, hey, sorry, we're going to have to turn you down because you're not using the right language or whatever. And the lawyers and attorneys would get together, and then they would come back and they would fix what was said in the last time. And so some of that reason why these things are taking so long too is because the grand jury is not meeting every day. They're forced volunteers by the government, jury duty. We all know what that is, and they're having to go and then deal with it in that way.
For sure. Yeah. Well, I didn't want to take up any more time, but that's just what I wanted to clarify, because there seems to be a lot of confusion, not necessarily in our chat here, but online, about people are saying homicide means murder. And they're totally different. I mean, they're not totally different, but homicide just is the manner of death. And then the criminal charge of murder, manslaughter, all those things will come later.
Yep. Well, thank you for clarifying that for everyone.
Okay. Have a good night.
You too. Grandma Patty with the super chat, she said, Brian, give it up. There's something worse than jail. It is a fearful thing to fall into the hands of the living God. Hebrews 10:31. Couldn't agree more with you on that one, Patty. The spiritual consequences of this type of thing are far worse than what the natural consequences would ever be. Aaron, thanks for joining the call. How are things in Miami? You're muted.
Sorry. Things are going great. Unfortunate news today with all of this, and I'm kind of joining you guys' stream late, but I had a quick question, because I know both of you are really getting this timeline thing figured out, and I kind of wanted to know your thoughts on some things. So obviously a lot of people are pointing towards the 27th as potentially the day that it all happened. What are you guys' thoughts on the "Can you help Stan" text that happened that day? Do you think that was potentially Brian, just to kind of make it seem as if she was still, like, a message was still coming from her?
Can I answer that, Tyler?
Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, go ahead and answer. I don't know if we know. Do we know the exact date the Stan text was sent?
No, we don't know when the Stan text was set, and we don't know when the no service in Yosemite was set. So I envision Gabby realizing Brian was turning into a absolute horrible person, and that's when she knew, oh my Lord, Stan. I think that she sent it, and within probably a half an hour is probably when she met her demise. I think the no service in Yosemite was then texted by Brian sometime between after the murder and up to the 30th. So we don't know. Until we have that information, we just do not know.
Okay. And someone was trying to break that up and say, or break that down a bit more and say that Stan potentially could have meant "send the authorities now." I don't know if that's like is that a thing?
It is an actual thing. Yes. And that's why I believe that it was Gabby that sent that text. I think she realized that she was in a heap of trouble across the river in a tent with a guy that is scary, scary.
Well, especially if the first words were "Can you help?" and then also "Stan." So "Can you help? Send the authorities now." Like, it makes a complete sentence almost. It's like, it's a little eerie thinking about it now, if that was the case. Sorry if it's loud. Once again, my wife is on a call in there for work, and so I'm trying not to be loud. With that, so the bank usage, do you know the timeline on when he used the card? Because do you think that was just another opportunity where he was maybe thinking...
He used the card on the road trip home. We know that as a fact.
Okay, so that was, do you think, just another moment where he was just trying to cover tracks? Like, I feel like he just did a poor job of covering tracks, making it seem as if she was still...
Like, oh, Gabby's using her debit card or whatever.
Right.
You know, I've heard he was dead broke and that Gabby had received some government money, and that was the money he was using to get home.
Okay. I also wouldn't put it past him. I feel like if he was sending any sort of a text from her phone or using her card, like, and then coming home, whether they broke up or that he had already killed her, if he was the one who did that, I think, like, it's, you know, it's a terrible way. Like, he's going to obviously get caught if that was the case. But I feel like he went back to Florida and didn't tell his parents the truth. I feel like, you know, a lot of parents, the whole case that people were making with this is parents will go to great lengths for their kids and all these things. And yeah, I know some parents would potentially, you know, try to cover that up. But, like, I don't know if he came back and told them the truth, if they would just be willy-nilly fine about it. I feel like he probably lied and just said that they were going through a rough patch, whatever it may be. He went camping with his family, all smiles, in those Cassie photos. And then when things started to heat up, he actually, he dipped out. And I think the parents maybe are just being like super quiet about it because they realize like that everything's hitting the fan now. I don't know what your guys' thoughts are on that. Do you think he told his parents the truth if he did indeed do that?
I think he told his parents about something well before this, probably closer to the 17th. And the reason for coming home was to get rid of evidence, store a trophy or something, because this lawyer was already active sometime very quickly into the whole stuff that happened back in Florida. So he had time, he had lead time. And so I would suspect that the parents knew something from the 17th to the 23rd.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, I don't know if they could get him on mental illness or anything like that. I know that is that can look like a lot of different things, but I feel like for him to just like be camping with his family, like he was able to make it back completely fine. He didn't drive, he flew, right? They confirmed a plane ticket
on the 17th to the 23rd. He did fly back. That's confirmed by Cassie.
Yeah.
He drove back very quickly on the 30th. He made it home quickly. Tyler can speak to the stop he made in Benton, Illinois. Confirmed.
Wow.
So yeah, we've got quite a few control points here. So
yeah. So did you made an updated timeline now that this has all come out, or is that public yet that people can see? Or
my timeline is continually evolving, and I have two versions of it: one that involves Kylan and Crystal, one that doesn't. This on mine hasn't been updated because there's a domino effect of things that sort of have to go into it, but the coroner's report certainly is going to be added into it.
Yeah. Gotcha.
So,
well, thanks for taking the call, and I'll continue to watch. And is just all in all, it's just horrific and sad, regardless of how this all played out. I just hope that the family can get some answers. Yeah.
Thank you, Aaron.
Yeah. Thanks, guys.
Shelly says, thank you for the super chat, by the way, Shelly. Have you heard anything about Brian Laundrie's past? Personally, I believe these people normally display problem behaviors while they are in high school. I had somebody who's close to the family email me and said that Brian was involved with a bomb threat to the school when he was in high school. And that's at the extent. We know that there's been no friends that have been speaking out, certainly on his behalf. And Megan, I want to thank you for your super chat. I didn't get a chance to address it while it was still able to be on the screen, but you were saying Nancy Grace was making the assumption that they were nearing the end of their relationship. Do we have any proof or evidence of that? The only proof or evidence, again, is circumstantial, like many of the things that we're talking about, but she's sort of making the case that in these DV type relationships, nearing the break is whenever there's a fatality, if there's a fatality. And so that's why she's saying that statement. Dawn, how's it going?
Good evening.
Thank you for calling in.
Thank you. Well, thank you for taking my call. I think the country and the rest of the world has realized right now just how incompetent this Dr. Blue is. And everything that I stated to you yesterday, and I think a couple of days before, I think came out factual, that he basically did not know what to do. He admitted it in detail. He says, well, this was a case where everybody was calling me about things and sending me text messages. He's never been exposed to that kind of pressure. And so I think what he was told to do is to say strangulation and leave it at that.
I agree with you, Don.
I said in my call in our earlier stream today when we were doing the press conference, I'm like, this is what the U.S. Marshal said was going to happen today.
I think there's several things that I think need to be brought up. I'm going to start out with, first of all, with the family. Now, the family has been waiting for this because they want to do something with the body.
Petito family or the Laundrie family? When you say family,
I'm talking about the Petito Schmidt family.
Okay.
When he asked where the body was, he stated, well, it's in a mortuary's office right now. Well, that may or may not be true. Because if the FBI still needs to do toxicology reports and other DNA reports, he says if that's not, that evidence cannot be discussed, and he's giving the reason being that the state law. That's not necessarily true. In Wyoming, all you need is a court order to release that information. You can't be a private citizen, or somebody like you guys can't do it. But if somebody like a family member or someone who's tied to the case needs to get that information and make it public, they can do that. It just has to go to a civil court, either in the county or go to the state court to do it. So it's not something where he's trying to push off saying, oh, this is secret information I can't give out anymore. He's being ordered probably by either someone higher up in the county or in the state. Because here's the question, and this is something that I've been discussing with several other people. If she was killed outside the Federal Reserve, then it would be a state matter.
Right.
Now, the body where it was discovered is 500 feet from the federal border.
Yep.
Okay? So was she killed in the park, or well, they're going to go by with the fact of where the body was. But if the murder took place someplace else, then that's going to throw other issues out. The other thing is too, he claimed that the body they scanned it, they did an ultrasound, all sorts of things. Now, suppose, if you take a look it'd be great for you guys to do some research on the body farm in Virginia. There's another one in North Carolina that's run by I believe it might be University of Wilmington law department, where they've actually taken cadavers and they leave them out to let nature take care of them. And they start out with being fresh, and they've got some that are maybe like 25 years old, skulls and skeletons sitting out in the field as they're being covered up, just to show what it's like if you find a body that might be either 5 minutes old to maybe 5 decades old. And it's a very interesting science. But after 4 weeks of being outside, there's really going to be, I'm going to put the words to it, a meaty skeleton. There's not much there. So I don't know how they could tell that she had her tattoos or anything about strangulation, because there's not much there to check and see about strangulation. There isn't any blood. Hardly any of the arteries are left. There are very few organs. Most of the bugs and other critters have already taken pretty much control of that. There's nothing really left of the corpus. Now, the parents. Half the parent, I think it's Joe Petito and his wife. They want to bury the body. That's what they want to do. The other family, that's Jim, they want it cremated, because when they went to had their service, there was an empty urn there, because the idea was that they were showing that that's how she's going to be. But it depends on what how they're going to do that. Are they going to cremate it? Are they going to bury it? I mean, they got this argument right now, and because in New York State, the mortuaries will, and this is the law. They have to show before they will release a body to be cremated or buried anywhere in the state. It has to show from the death certificate an actual death. What is the death cause of death? They won't just go with strangulation. There has to be manual strangulation. Was it also a secondary cause? Was she hit in the head? Was she tied up? Okay, these are things that they need to say. Now, if they're going to give that information out, they're going to have to release it, because the New York State, there isn't a single place in New York where they're going to be able to cremate her or bury her body unless they keep her ashes within the family. But there isn't a single mortuary who will allow any kind of service to go on without that death certificate filed. That's New York State law.
It's very interesting. So what's the next steps from here?
Well, I mean, I think, as I said, I keep telling you, I think that she was murdered by someone outside. I don't know if it was Brian. I really don't. I think Brian took off. He was angry at her. He probably went out on a night hike, because I think that based on everything that's going on, she was murdered between, let's say, sunset on the 27th and sunrise on the 28th. So she probably was murdered at night. She may not have even seen her assailant. Okay. Going back to the pizza order, pepperoni pizza. She's a vegan. Why would she order a pepperoni pizza? That's back at the hotel. As I've said before, that hotel was a notorious center for human trafficking. What's to say that there wasn't someone in her room? Let's say a female friend she met. How innocent. She's not going to mention that. Okay. But maybe she ordered a pizza for them. Maybe that's how they were able to get a hold of her, because they tracked her. where or she went, there's a lot of questions that has to be centered on what happened in Salt Lake City. That's where the focus of this investigation's got to go, because maybe she was stalked from there. Someone tracked her and followed her, or maybe she went back to Salt Lake City for some reason. We don't know, but there has to be somebody who has that information, and there has to be there's two places where the FBI needs to get the visual information. They have to go to that Pig Alley or Pigtails restaurant and demand with a subpoena the video, because there's video of them arguing. Yes.
Don, can I stop you? Don, can I stop you just for a second?
Go ahead.
So there were some people that were actually out on the ground at that site, and there was some really soft footprints and tracks. So I think they're going to be able to determine if there was one person or two or three. And I think everyone's on top of this. So, I mean, you're bringing up good points, and Stephen Bertolino might give you a call to come consult for him to prepare the defense. But
I want to keep hearing him talk though, Gabby, because I
mean, if I'm not setting up a defense. And if you think I am, then what I'm doing is I'm giving information because I think there's other factors to be taken into consideration.
Yeah,
I'm speaking from 35 years in law enforcement.
So
okay?
I want to ask then, like I'm following you, I'm tracking with you.
But I mean, everything is conjunction, okay? Conjunctory. Because I wasn't there and I'm not involved with the investigation. I'm retired. I have my own private investigation service, but I still have friends. I still have people. I've been very close to this because I have family members who are in their 20s.
Yeah, I appreciate all that. So the theory then is potentially Brian got spooked and went home. Then, so do you think he knows who did it, and did they capture him? Like, walk me down that.
I think he came back. I'm going to give you my scenario. I think he took out for a night hike. He came back in the morning. He finds the body of his deceased fiance. He calls his mother. He says, "What am I going to do? She's dead. I don't." And she's either strangled and beaten, hit with rocks, her skull maybe crushed. He didn't mention that. He wasn't going to mention that. He said strangulation. That's it. Boom. No secondary cause of death. Was she tied up? Nothing. He calls his mother. What am I going to do? What am I going to do? He already probably knows that he probably contacted her over the last few weeks. We're having problems. And that's when they got a hold of Bertolino, and he said, "Just shut up, get in the car, and move it. And I'll tell you what to do as you drive. Leave the body. There's nothing you can do because they'll blame you." But as I said, I think the investigation needs to center on what happened in Salt Lake City.
So we got a super chat from SC, and they said, "Do we have any information about what Gabby did or who she talked to while she was in Salt Lake City?"
There we go. That's what I'm aiming at. That's what I'm talking about. Who did she see? Come on, guys. You're 22 years old. You're stuck in a motel room. You're in a motel at the airport. It's dungy. It's crappy. I've been in those motels. I haven't been in that particular one, but I'm in others because I did flying into Salt Lake City years ago. Okay, they're dungy. They're crappy. All right, they didn't even have Wi-Fi. Come on. So she goes to the pool. She hangs out. It's hot. Someone sees her. Someone walks up to her and says, "Hey, how you doing?" She's friendly. She probably told me she was working on a video. She may have even shown the video to them on her cell phone. "Oh, wow, that's great, yada, yada, yada." Started up a conversation. Maybe they went back to her into the hotel room. Maybe they smoked some pot. Maybe they partied a little bit. "Oh, let's have dinner. I'll call a pizza." She orders a pizza. Those two people that she was associated with, they may have been stalking her, a part of a whole group trying to recruit human traffic kids. That's how it's done.
Let me say something real fast, because people in the chat are totally against what you're saying, just so you know. And KG said,
That's
Tyler,
bad.
why do you want to hear this? I want to hear this because you guys, I get hundreds of emails a day of people saying we're not giving Brian any leeway or leg room, and that we're just labeled him as a murderer. And people look at me, that's not Christian like, which is totally an unfair statement to say, just so you guys know. I'm allowed as a human to have my own opinions and to say that it's my opinions, just so you guys know. And I told you literally minutes ago that I'm 95 to 99% think that Brian's guilty. So I'm allowing Don to share this, one, because Don's been a faithful listener. And when he calls in, he said some things we thought were questionable that turned out to be 100% accurate today in the press conference. And so I just appreciate hearing another perspective that's in depth and thorough and is totally possible. I'm not saying it's plausible from my perspective, but we're saying it's totally possible.
And I also enjoy hearing Don's comments as well, because it gives me ideas in what the defense might try to put forth, and we can try to get ahead of that.
Gavis, that was very nice. Thank you very much.
No, I really do. I really do. From my heart, man, I do.
Oh, no, listen, I think you guys are doing a great job, because I've gone in and I've listened to other groups. I mean, there's probably about 50 of these different live chat groups. And I think all of you guys are doing a fantastic job. And I'm hoping that, there's going to be another young woman or young kid in the next few weeks. This same thing's going to happen. This is not going to stop. This is part of life. This is part of what we have to deal with as human beings on this planet. And as a law enforcement person and someone who spent 30 years working with trying to keep young kids from, getting caught into human trafficking or drugs, also working on trying to keep criminals from getting out. I mean,
Don, I have a great question for you. How do you think we could prevent these situations from happening? What do you think we could chase in the systematic approach that the police use to go into this? Could we go into a prevention mode rather than an investigation mode? Do you think that's a better?
I always think prevention is better. It's the better deal. Now you start out with
how would we do that? How would you approach?
Well, you have to start when when kids are in school. You have to start with middle school kids. I've gone into middle school kids and talked to them about bullying, talking about the guys beating up their girls. I mean, it's a situation where we have dealt with the fact that the men are dominating over women, and that's the way it's been for centuries. You go back to every religion, and I'm not trying to bring religion in, but every religious or organized religion out there indicates the fact that men were first and women were second. In Christianity, Judaism, Judeo-Christian religion, that Eve tempted Adam, and Adam, she caused the first sin. So it's always and that she will bear children. I mean, you look at what we are. We're mammals. We're mammals. We're no different. We just happen to have a brain, and we have reason, and we think.
Just another thing,
Don, we got a super chat from Avery I wanted to share with you. They said this: if your scenario is accurate, why is Brian smiling and happy in the photos on September 6th?
All right, that's the family photographs?
The family photographs, Brian's Fort DeSoto with the family, running around with family, smiling, laughing, having a good time.
Well, I mean, if he feels like that he's got himself somebody backing him up, he probably has. I mean, he's probably, he's not going to tell the kids, oh, by the way, your uncle's a murderer.
My other point, Don, was how does the police force get ahead of the technology? Technology is changing so quickly. How do they stay ahead on TikToks and channels and pictures that are being transferred between kids? Like, is there some way that they can get ahead of those situations?
Gavis, you're about the last 18 months, especially with the COVID, wherever kids were home and schools were closed. That's where TikTok came in. I mean, you have to understand, kids, young people we're developing a audio-visual mentality on people. We're glued to our computer screen right now.
That's a fact. I want to make sure we're staying on topic.
And we have your cell phones where people can sit down there and do a 5-second thing, and they'll sit down there and say, okay, now go and slap your teacher. And that's the new thing. So they're going to say, if you can sneak up on somebody and slap the teacher, somebody behind you has got a camera, because everybody's got a cell phone. No matter what you do, schools aren't going to take the cell phones off, because goodness gracious, the parents are going to complain.
Don, thank you for calling in today. Appreciate having you on the channel. And your viewpoint today was definitely different than a lot of people's, but we appreciate your perspective.
Thank you.
I want to make sure we're staying on the topic of what we're doing. But Gavis, to answer your question, I shared that situation that happened in the city that I lived in before, where somebody had been abducted and taken across state lines and was missing for 45 days, and they eventually found him. It was somebody who was using an app pretending to be a teenager. It turned out to be like a 55-year-old man and abducted a teenage boy, a young teenage boy. And one of the things that that the captain of the police department told me was that they have technology that's capturing every image that anybody sends in a certain radius of that city from that point on, and they're actually able to process that. So I know that sounds crazy, but any picture that's sent from anybody at all on any mechanism using internet is then captured. I don't know how the technology of it works. Dante, how are you?
Good evening, Tyler. Gavis, good evening. How are you guys? I'm doing well. Thank you.
What are your thoughts about everything?
Well, I thought I had some thoughts lined up. Not a thought, but I did. But I just want to talk briefly on Don's point. With the utmost respect, I think Don brings his own perspective, and I respect it. Everyone is chiming in and giving their perspective or thoughts or opinions. So, but I want to talk about a couple points he made. So I'm in Florida, as I mentioned to you guys, not too far. I'm in Orlando, and the whole trafficking rings, if you will, is real. I mean, it's a big deal. There are unfortunately a lot of women and children abducted. It almost feels like daily here in Florida, especially Central Florida. So I understand where Don's coming from, but a couple things that around that theory don't really add up to me. So in a trafficking scenario, the ultimate goal would be to keep her alive and then use her. Two main reasons for trafficking is obviously sex and then labor. Those are like the two top trafficking goals for, the people who are capturing these young men and women. So the fact that she's dead, I'm not going to say it eliminates the trafficking part, but it really casts a lot of doubt in my mind. And one of the things too, I think you said earlier, Tyler, once they take a photo, the people who actually execute the kidnapping, once they take a photo of you, whether you're a child or a young lady, once you're marked, that's pretty much it for you. I mean, they want you alive. They don't necessarily want you dead. So I've been struggling here in the backstage with not necessarily the content of what Don was delivering, but just the ultimate goal of Gabby being alive. So that to me just doesn't add up in this particular scenario. And then the other two pieces for the whole trafficking thought would be Brian's previous behavior, right? So if you look at his behavior at the Mexican restaurant, the altercation on the 12th, I believe, those things, he has a past of aggression, especially towards her. So when you combine those three, trafficking just doesn't feel like what happened here, in my opinion.
I agree with you. I'm just trying to look at from the defense point of view, what they might try to come. So that's where I'm looking at Don as being an asset.
Right. And I can say this to your audience. I think it was you, Gabby. She asked a question, what can we do? I'll say to all the women, I tell my family and friends this all the time, that are out there, if you ever come to your vehicle at night and you have zip ties on your doorknobs, that is a red flag right away. Look around and pretty much take off, because what they do is they'll put zip ties on your door, and that distraction, before you know it, you've got a car coming up on the side of you, and the rest is history. So just from an education perspective. Also, just as far as being proactive for women and young children out there, this is a play that they run as well. They'll have, say, a woman, she's walking to her car at night, and another young lady pulls up and says, "Hey, we need directions. We're lost. We need directions to, wherever the place may be." And sure, kind-hearted person turns around, starts talking to the lady. The threat level's down because it's woman to woman. And before you know it, the second vehicle comes up and, you're abducted. So those are two proactive measures to your audience that just creating awareness around it.
I want to make sure we're sticking on the Gabby Brian thing, though. I don't want us to turn into a human trafficking awareness thing. I know it's important, but that's not what we're here to discuss today.
Fair enough. So, go ahead, Gabs.
Well, I heard of another situation. A girl the guy behind her just bumped her bumper and got out to look, and that's when he tried to abduct her. So there's a ton of situations. I didn't realize that women can get into bad trouble really easily, right?
Absolutely. So hopefully your audience captures a couple pieces there. But if I may, Tyler, I think for me, when I heard about this earlier, my first reaction was the strangulation versus gun. We had all been wondering if he, whoever killed Gabby used what was the weapon, right? Especially as we try to connect possibly Moab with the unfortunate case with Gabby. And for me to learn that it was not a firearm, where it's my understanding that there was a firearm used in Moab. I didn't necessarily not put Brian with Moab as a result of that, but what was your initial reaction to learn that it was strangulation and not a weapon like a gun?
It distanced it from the reality that I was thinking that it could be related to with Kylan and Crystal more so. Although I still think that's a possibility, but I've been tracking two ways: one if they're connected and one if they're not connected. So it distanced it from that initially, and then I wasn't surprised that it's some level of human force that caused it. And in my mind, it solidified a greater percentage that it was likely Brian Laundrie who did it.
I think we have to be careful. He was extremely vague in that, and he didn't give a lot of information. So despite not mentioning that she was shot, he only has to mention the cause and the manner. So she could have also been shot. So we can't ultimately eliminate that either.
Dante, what was your pickup whenever he said other domestic violence cases?
Yeah, that was interesting when he said that. It's almost like his lips said what his brain was actually thinking. And I believe it was a slip up. And even if it wasn't, at least at this point, he made the gentleman who disclosed it may be looking back saying, I wish.
Or he might have wanted to say it and they told him he couldn't. And so he was finding a way to sneak it in there. Maybe.
So one other thought, if I may, Tyler and Gavis, I feel like in the next 48 hours, there'll be some charges coming down. And I'm hoping that at least. And then one of the reasons that I believe the FBI is doing their due diligence, as you know, they're smart, right? And I'm just hoping and praying that, in my opinion, this case is going to come down to surveillance and cell phone records, really. I'm not sure what surveillance looks like in that part of the country as far as the trails and the national parks and things of that nature. But I know here in Florida, I mean, we've got cameras on turnpikes, tolls, every corner. So I'm just hoping right now that the FBI is really, really doing their due diligence, as I know they are, and really bringing this case and wrapping our arms around it and taking our time. We want everything right now. And in 2021, that seems to be the way anymore. But
yeah,
I'm hoping that these cameras and footage and cell phones really, really put the FBI's in the neighborhood to bring some charges down in the next 48 hours. In addition to that, I believe that they're not just going to go after Brian. I think they're building a case against the parents as well, especially if they're able to tie the phone records to their case altogether. So that's what I'm praying for, that they're doing behind the scenes, and it'll make everyone happy who's been following this.
It'd be pretty easy for them to, walk in the Laundrie household, knock on the door, and slap some handcuffs on. And I think if that happened, then a lot of people would be happy. So is that what you're speculating may happen?
Yes, absolutely. I believe the parents have, because think about it. I mean, there's no way Brian comes home and doesn't disclose, put things in a ballpark with his dad and his mom. I would say one of those two parents he's probably naturally closer to. And I believe one of the two may actually know more than the other. Which one, pick your poison. But the fact that they had a lawyer card ready right away and said, here's my attorney, and their knee-jerk reaction wasn't, oh my God, what happened? What happened? What are you guys talking about? That to me speaks volumes.
Right.
Speaks volumes, in my opinion. And I think DeSoto, the campground where they vacationed for a couple of days, I think that was a meeting of the minds. I think that was okay. let's sit down and strategize on how this may potentially play out over the next several months, right? If A happens, here's how we're going to react. If B happens, here's how we're going to react. Here's your role, here's your responsibility. And another piece is there's someone else involved, guys. I believe there's someone else close to the family who's involved. We don't know who that person is yet, or perhaps we do. I'm not pointing fingers. I'm not, in the business of pointing fingers, except towards Brian, quite frankly. But I think there's another main character that's going to come out of this that everyone's going to say, whoa.
Is there any doubt in your mind of Brian's involvement?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. I mean, think about it again. His involvement is there, guys. The writing's on the wall. Smells like a duck, walks like a duck, must be a duck, right? I mean, I think on that level we're overcomplicating it, and anyone, your what is it, fight or flight, right? Your reaction, even if Brian went to the campground and discovered that she was dead, there's no way, if he had nothing to do with it, there's absolutely no way. One, you wouldn't call 911.
Yeah.
Two, you wouldn't. They're just. It's just not impossible, but there's no way that he left that distance and drove home and was not involved.
And we know her body was found like 500 feet from the van where it was at, right? So it's not like, it's just, you can't imagine. Like, he either left her out in a tent and went home, or he left her with a dead body beside a tent and went home.
Sure.
Southern gal Jen says, if they arrested the parents, do you think that Brian Laundrie would come out of hiding? That's a good question. Thank you for the super chat.
That's a really good question. It depends on, that's if the parents get arrested. I don't think Brian's going to come out of hiding anytime soon, guys. That's just what my gut feels like. They're going to have to find him. I think the original thought was, the original play that they wanted to run was, let's put him up somewhere and keep him out of harm's way. But what changed everything was the warrant for the credit card fraud. That changed everything, in my opinion. Right. So at this point, I don't think he's going to come out. I think they're going to have to find him. And unless they sneak up on him and catch him when he's totally caught off guard, I think that outcome could end up unfortunate for Brian, depending on what he has on him at the time and how he reacts. That makes sense without, going into.
Maureen sends a super chat and she says, Brian tried to make her believe that the strangulation was her fault. In quotations, he immediately started telling her, I was trying to calm you down.
Is that referring to August 12th?
I perceived that as like a hypothetical thing she was building up, like that Brian was saying. Yeah. So anyways, Dante, thank you for your great insight.
You're welcome. Thank you, guys. Keep up the good work.
Yep. Bye. And listen, people in the chat and other people, I understand that we need to have tips and ideas about how bad things happen. And I wasn't trying to prevent us from having those moments, but we were getting off subject totally as a channel. And we're here because we're helping find Brian and find justice for him. So I wasn't trying to be disrespectful. And if people need tips, then maybe we'll do a video on how to have tips, or we'll point them to another resource that can. But again, my job is to run this channel and to keep us on the topic at hand. DAK0526 says, if Gabby was wearing her Apple Watch when found, the authorities know the exact time of death. Justice for Gabby gone too soon. Why? How would we know the time of death if she's wearing a watch? Does it? I wear an Apple Watch. Does it tell you? Because the heartbeat. Oh, okay. I get what you're saying then. Yeah, good point. Just trying to think, like, how would that make sense? It measures your heart rate. And so, but Gabby's, do you remember looking at the photos from the trip? It didn't seem like, I couldn't find a photo on the trip where she was wearing the Apple Watch.
There's quite a few places in her Instagram where she is actually wearing the Apple Watch.
While she was on this trip, though?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't think she had it at Ogden, Utah, the one where she's standing in front of the monarchs, which is closer to the time of death. But in previous ones up to that, she was wearing it, but I don't think it was something that she wore all the time. I don't think Brian liked it very much.
Okay, very interesting. I want to remind you guys about just number one, we love that you're a part of this channel. We're happy you're here. We're building a great community here. But we're also very tired. We've been doing this almost every day. And sometimes we say statements that come out the wrong way or not worded exactly how we want. And sometimes we'll make one statement or even half of a statement that is a little off color or maybe not contextually completely appropriate. And it was more of a lapse of a brain than anything else. And oftentimes I get somebody, Gavvis today, somebody sent me sort of a mean message after we got through with that coroner's report, just upset about how we handled that. And I'm like, we're doing this as volunteers. We're just doing what we can to try to like bring light and shed light on this. We didn't mean anything by any statement that we made. And so I just want to remind people like, hey, please be gracious towards us. I'm doing the best I can to be gracious as well. And it gets hard whenever there's a bunch of negativity surrounding us, especially some people on YouTube, they do this and it's their full-time gig and all that. We're doing this because we're working towards the ability to find Brian and get justice for Gabby. So that's all I want to say. And I appreciate all of you guys. And I thank you guys so much for being here. But I want to just say that from my heart too. Like I'm doing the best I can to be very gracious towards people from 1,000 different perspectives. And I'm sharing my opinion along the way. Please be gracious as well. Extend it both ways. Tim, thank you for the super chat. You said this. She had an iPhone. Couldn't the FBI get info off of iCloud, like text message and stuff? Theoretically, if she had it synced up for that, like if she had it synced up where it's connected. Some people, they don't let their iCloud sync their messages because they don't want people logging in on a secondary device and looking at it. Some people don't want their images saved because they have private images they don't want the internet hacking into. And so there's different reasons why yes or no that could have happened. It's not a for sure thing.
In part of the affidavit, in order to get the warrant to go through the Laundrie's house, they basically stated in that affidavit that phone was not active after the 30th.
Yeah.
So they're on it.
Janet sends in the super chat. Janet, thank you so much for the support. And I want to, just as we're thanking you, Janet, I want to shout out Feline Cat, Artemis, Mushroom Clouds, Michelle, Treese, Tiffany, Ali M, and Diane. Thank you guys for joining the Feller fam today. It means a whole lot that you guys are behind the channel in that way. Frank, thanks for joining the call. How are you?
Excellent. Great to see you, Tyler, Gabby's. I just wanted to make a point. I did watch the coroner speak today from Wyoming, and I was wondering if either of you knew if Brian's skin was found in Gabby's fingernails.
He said he couldn't comment on it, is what it sounded like to me, didn't he, Gavin? Was that your perception of that?
Yeah, he just really didn't give us much. It was pretty vague, so I'm not sure why anybody could have been upset with our commentary because we had really nothing to commentate on. It was pretty vague.
Yeah, it seemed like that coroner just kept saying, well, you'll have to ask the FBI. Just ask the FBI. And it's like, well, the FBI is not talking yet. So in a way, it was, we all got our hopes up to hear more than we actually ended up hearing from this coroner. And I was like, oh, man, what a disappointment. He's like, oh, I'm sorry, I can't comment on this or that. And I'm like, buddy, it sounds like you can't comment on 95% of what people want to know. So, yeah, I wonder how long skin can remain in fingernails outside, or traces of it anyway.
Americana says the coroner was very evasive, and he certainly was very evasive. And I think he gave us more information than I thought he was going to, based on the FBI video that we played the day before, where the former FBI agent was saying, hey, don't expect to get much out of it. It's probably just a solidification of it being a homicide. So I was surprised. Like when they said it, I was like, whoa, yeah, we have something more to talk about. So I was surprised that they said the strangulation thing, actually. But I understand. Beyond that, I was shocked we even got that much. Beyond that, I wasn't expecting to hear anything at all.
I hope that that's an angle to get the lawyer to have Brian come out, because I think the lawyer's going to think, well, I'm smart enough. I can beat this. I can say this was a strangulation, an act of passion. I can kill this. Let's go. I'm ready. Right. So it could be an angle that they're trying to look at.
Yeah, and I have to say, once I heard that it was strangulation, I just I was just, my heart sunk. I was in shock. I was imagining her fighting, for her very life and clawing at him and just doing everything she could possibly do to survive the attack. And now, I mean, you think of how angry Gabby's parents were at Brian's parents before. Now they must be just positively furious that they helped him escape. I could only imagine. So
Absolutely.
those are my thoughts on the subject.
Ron brings up the other point, which we knew was true, but it feels good to have an authority say it. I've been saying it since the beginning. We know she was not pregnant. Believe it or not, people started to email me and saying, well, there's abortion clinics in Salt Lake City. That's why she wasn't pregnant. No, she was never pregnant.
Yeah, people made a lot out of that, and it was all pure speculation. And I didn't like hearing that again and again. And then they just kept asking the question. It's like, no, I think we've already established she wasn't pregnant about 500 times. If we could just stop revisiting that.
Thanks for calling in.
Yeah,
Frank.
so those are my thoughts. Thanks for having me. Bye.
Carson, thank you for the super chat. A neck bone was probably broken because the body was outside so long. Brian probably can't claim it was erotic, or he was trying to shut her up. Interesting point I didn't think about. Thank you, Carson. That's a good perspective. Michael says, guys, the reason the FBI can't say anything because it opens the door for the defense to build a case by ordering their own autopsy reports, etc. I didn't think about that, Gavis. Did you?
No, that's another good point. And that's why I'm trying to approach this from the defense side and see what they could possibly come up with. I mean, we had a good chuckle in our Discord today. We were talking about a grizzly bear that can somehow strangle people.
Oh, that's funny. Like, obviously, that's not possible. So,
yeah.
Interesting. Well, Tiffany, you're live and on the air. What are your thoughts about everything today?
Can you hear me well?
We can hear you. Thank you for calling in.
Hey, Gabby's. Hey, Tyler. I can just see it all over y'all's face. I think you're just like everybody else. We're broke. We're broke.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the timeline and everything, and everybody's saying that he is in a different country. After what they said today, I don't believe that. He left. Okay, first of all, he was what you call a mooch. He took advantage of whoever he could. And when he did not have Gabby anymore, and he used her card when he left, what did he do? He went home to his mama. Because he cannot make it on his own. He cannot survive on his own. So I don't think he's very far. I think he's close to mom and daddy's money. And I literally cried when I came home, and my husband's like, what's wrong? And I go, because I hope they come in there, separate those parents, and interrogate them, because they know where their son is. Bottom line, they know. I mean, he went home. He went home to mom and dad's money. He went home for somebody else to clean up his mess. Gabby wasn't there to clean up his messes anymore. It's common sense. And I'm sorry, his first stop was where? Tyler and Gabby's was his sister's.
Well, it was at his parents', and then they took the Mustang to his sister's.
So I think Cassie came above to start talking because she didn't want the ship to go down around her and be the only one standing. I don't think she knows everything, but this it's disgusting. It is disgusting. It is. I mean, what can you say, guys? I mean, really. I mean, it's common sense. I mean, people want to say that they're not involved, but where did he go? He went home.
It's very unlikely in my mind that they wouldn't be involved. So it's like, I want to say, yeah, there's a chance they're not involved, but how could they not be at this point? Although I wouldn't be surprised if the lawyer hired some third-party mechanism, or maybe not the lawyer, if somewhere along the way they hired some third-party mechanism to provide a shelter of safety for him. You know what I mean? Like somebody that is watching out for him that's not the attorney, but maybe he's connected somehow. Like there's no evidence pointing towards that, but there's no evidence pointing away from it. The theory that he went on a hike and has never been seen before.
and people give him too much credit. They're saying that he's a survivalist. If he is, he wouldn't have to rely on everybody to hold his weight throughout his entire life. I mean, he gets with Gabby and he has no vehicle. He has no money. When he leaves the scene of the crime, he uses her money because he doesn't even have enough money to go home.
Right. And we think his father paid for the flight back from Salt Lake. So,
I mean, he basically, and I honestly believe, you know, if you want to think about it, Gavis, I know you've got your timeline. I watch you on yours. You're amazing. Tyler, I love y'all both, like, a lot. And I just think that if you go back and look at the situation, you know, I lost my train of thought. But anyhow, I don't know. But I'm frustrated with that. And then it goes back to, I think I emailed you, it's been a couple weeks because we were down for Marine graduation this past weekend. And I just feel like somebody came in, because see, we have a camper. And we keep it in our yard 24/7. Slides are out. It's hooked up to power. It's hooked up to sewage. Okay. It is very, I believe this theory more than I believe there's a bunker underground. It's very possible that somebody got him in a camper, either on that campsite or the surrounding campsites, and got him out, you know, past the cameras, because people are talking about how is he going to have supplies. I have enough in my camper to last me 3 months. I mean, literally 3 months. I have a refrigerator, pantry, TV. I mean, you can, whatever. I mean, you can live comfortably for months, you know, and there's over here in our, you know, town, there's campers in people's yards all the time. It would be so, and I know that your facts and I get it, but I believe that theory more than I do him.
Well, I've been saying since the beginning, where is the second camper? If there's a second camper, where is the second camper? I've been saying it since the beginning. I want to know, since we knew the neighbor did that interview, because where I live, every other person has a camper because everybody goes camping, and that's a really likely possibility for me. Thank you, Tiffany, for calling in today.
Thank you so much. And I guess just keep working on the timeline. I mean, look into steps. I don't know, guys. This guy's got to be found. I mean, he really needs to be found. And he is not far from his mom and dad. I promise you, he's not far. But y'all have a good one. Thank y'all.
Thanks, Tiffany.
Bye-bye.
Guys, I've been saying that. Like, if there's another camper, where is the other camper? I want to know where that other camper is.
Yeah, I think we have to take what the neighbors say with a grain of salt. I mean, they were the ones that said they left on the 11th as well. So they may be confused with that camper being, we'll have to get Brian Anton on the ground and go back and talk to them to rule out that there was two campers and that there wasn't just the one that sits there now. And to give Tiffany some reassurance, I've got a team we are tracking every angle, and I mean every angle. So I'm confident we're going to catch him. Maybe not us, but if there is a lead somewhere, we're going to let somebody know about it.
Thank you, Chantel, for the super sticker a little bit ago. Really means a lot. And also thank you, Valerie, for sending a super sticker as well. Thank you guys for supporting the channel. We also had B, who joined as a member of the Feller fam. We got a brand new emoji today called Debunked, because we've been in the mode of debunking a lot of things that other YouTubers are propagating as true, such as Instagram live videos, such as pregnancy. Since the beginning, we've been saying those things are not true. They've been debunked. And so while we do have speculation, it's impossible at this stage of the game not to have speculation about certain things, especially involving where Brian might be. We're working hard to make sure we're sticking true to the facts of the case to the best of our ability. In order to get to the end outcome we want, you do have to build out some scenarios that are fictionalized a bit, but not totally, so that we can work together to find justice.
Yeah, we found a Airbnb that Gabby and Brian stayed in November of 2019 today, just based off of a photograph that they had posted. So, and that was Portland, Oregon. So we got some really good detectives.
Elizabeth says, can the phone data be retrieved even if the SD card is removed? This was my initial thought. A lot of things today. Well, the SD card or the SD card, like an iPhone, which I assume they had iPhones based on what we're seeing. I don't know about phones other than iPhones, but iPhones don't use SD cards. You might be talking about a SIM card. And the SIM card, all it does is activate your cellular activity so that your phone, when it reaches the tower, will then be able to have permission to be used. So to answer your question, even if that becomes removed, most of the information today is stored in the cloud or on the phone itself. And it's going to be maybe on a password protection. But other than that, I think it's going to be used. Thank you, Dakota, for joining the Feller fam. Thank you, Jenny from the block. Are you still Jenny from the block? Used to have a little. Now you have a lot. Thank you, Jenny, for joining the Feller fam. It means a lot to have you around here. Tim, sorry I missed your super chat earlier. It was on here and then I didn't have a chance to click on it. But you said she was an Apple person, so no. I think you're meaning to say no SD card. Apple still have SIM cards. You were asking about the Apple Watch, and I think that was something we were trying to talk about. You would think if she had an Apple Watch, they would be able to withstand. And some people are saying, well, like, could an Apple Watch withstand the weather? This Apple Watch that I'm wearing right now, I jumped off of a cliff it's been a couple of years ago. 2 years ago, I jumped off of a cliff and my watch came off and it went down to the bottom of the water that I jumped off on. And then a couple of months later, there was a guy who was a diver by the name of Hitch13. He went underwater and found my watch, and he went on the news and was like, I found an Apple Watch under the water. Whose is it? And a lady from my church was like, I think that's my pastor's Apple Watch. And so he contacted me and he actually sent me the watch in the mail, and I'm wearing it still years later and it still works. And so if the watch was out there, there's no problem. Absolutely. It would still work. Shelly, thanks for calling in today. How are you?
So if out there.
Shelly, it looks like you are a little bit behind. You need to make sure when you guys call into the YouTube channel, have YouTube paused and be using the audio that's on the chat. Kim, thank you for the super chat. She says, I've seen experts say his DNA was all over her and would not help convict him. But wait, wouldn't the lack of DNA from a third person mean his DNA matters? I think that the assumption is like his DNA is going to be all over her no matter what. If there's certain places, like for example, underneath of her fingernails that they find that DNA, I think that would be alarming. And the lack of a third person DNA, yeah, it means they're going to be able to, you're right, discount anybody else that's on there. So.
And they could have other evidence too. I mean, they could have video footage from the Coulter Bay shower area. They could have clothes and things from there. There could be a lot of other things that come in here.
Lisa was asking, like, hey, do they need Brian to match the DNA? Well, they've got enough things from the house, from the camper, from Brian's belongings to have his DNA. I don't think they don't need anything else to have his DNA at this point. And they have both of the parents there too. Bumblebee, thanks for calling in. How are you?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Doing well. What are your thoughts about everything today?
Yeah, so I got a cool point for you about, I'd love to hear what you think. It's being reported multiple times that Laundrie put up, he was trying to give $200 to people while he was hitchhiking. And that to me comes off a little bit like if I wanted to make up an alibi and I want someone to really remember me, maybe I was coached by a lawyer or someone who knew law, an alibi is really useful. You need witnesses. Handing someone $200 for a hitchhike, doesn't that seem suspect?
That's what Miranda Baker said. So yeah, it does seem.
Yeah. And so that's why I had trouble agreeing that, he wasn't involved, because it feels like he did contact his parents. He did contact people, and he started making these plans, and, he's trying to go out of his way to set up people's memories of him being away from the campsite, and coming back to it. And he hitchhiked multiple times, popped out of cars multiple times, 2 times. Yep. So there's that. There's another thing that I think you might find interesting. So he never left Gabby alone, really. And he was there was a lot of friction with him and Rose, right? She had to find Rose through an application. I was on TikTok the other day, and there was a friend of his from high school posting. It looks like a legit friend, right? He puts his own pictures up and everything. And he said before Rose, all her friends were cut off. All her friends from high school, like Brian Laundrie got in the way and made arguments, made fights with them, and kind of locked them out. So she had to find Rose through an application. So, I mean, I think this guy's put in a lot of work, a lot of years to isolate her. So it, just adds more to the case.
Well, part of it too was like they went to high school in New York. She was living in North Carolina for 2 years before she moved to Florida, in which she naturally wouldn't know anybody.
Yeah.
So that's part of the. It's not like she had a bunch of high school friends in Florida that she could just go hang out with because she didn't
That's
go to
true.
high school there. But I want to know about the friends from Florida. Like that's who I'm interested in knowing about.
Yeah, where are they hiding?
The friends. Yeah.
Well, I think that's where Rose is, and that's how she made the friendship with Rose Davis.
And then what about the ones from North Carolina?
Didn't live in Florida.
I know, but I'm saying like we have the people that worked with her at that restaurant, but I'd love to have a conversation with somebody that was friends with her just prior to her moving to Florida.
Yeah, if any of you friends are hearing this show right now, you heard him call in and talk. Gabby and Tyler, have you heard about the keys stuff? So apparently, I seen this on the news that he supposedly lost his keys potentially just before he returned home. And they now are saying that their keys were found beside the two ladies. They don't know what those keys are. Is there any link between that?
Nothing confirmed yet, but there was also some tags on those keys that were for an old climbing gym or a gym membership, and that gym had been out of business. So they could have been just something left there by a previous camper. There's nothing been confirmed that they belong to Brian Laundrie.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, anyways, that's mostly what I had to say is around that $200 thing. Just to me, sent a red flag that this guy just a few days earlier, maybe a week or so, is saying he doesn't have any money. Remember that? Hey, he has no money. He can't do this hotel thing to the cops. And then suddenly he's whipping around $200 for like 3-minute hitchhike. Small, short hitchhikes, and it just looks fake to me.
Good point, Bumblebee. I wonder if he had used Gabby's debit card at Coulter Bay and got money out of the ATM there as well, because the initial charge for the access device was from Wyoming. I know it happened in Illinois as well. Thank you for calling in today.
Thank you.
Good points. Good information to talk about.
Yeah, there's so much information to talk about, and sometimes the information changes on us when we think we got it nailed down. So
the thing that I thought about the keys too, it's like even if they have those little tags on them about a place that's closed down, sometimes you put stuff on your keychain you don't take off even after you're not a part of it anymore. So initially I was like, well, that disqualifies those. And then I'm like, well, I have keys on my keychain that sometimes I don't even know what they go to. So because they've been on there for so long. So it just depends on the personality of the person who has the keys.
Actually, I think in that police stop video, Brian does fidget with some keys. We should maybe go back and freeze frame that and take a look, see if there's 2 sets of keys on the one ring. And if there's any tags. Yeah. And see if there's any tags hanging off that. That's a good idea.
K-Beth, how are you doing?
Hey guys, how you doing tonight?
We're doing all right. What are your thoughts about everything today?
I'm actually having a rough day with it, just thinking about how the poor girl struggled and what had been going through her mind.
It's
I actually just kind of shut down for a while there, But I was listening the other night, and Gavis, you brought up that Bertolino was here on the 30th in Florida. Can you hear me?
I do. Yep.
Okay. On the 30th, that was also the same day that the text went out that said no service in Yosemite. And it was also the same day that Brian used the credit card for $1,000. That was on the 30th. And then on the 27th, that was the day that the stand text came out the same day as the Mary Piglet and the Snapchat that was sent to her friend about Yellowstone. So I definitely think this happened on the 27th.
Agreed.
There's just, I don't know, there's too much leading to it. And I also I took notes during the coroner talking, and he did say that he got DNA from under her nails.
Yeah, but he couldn't release any of the details of it, right? So
Yeah, he couldn't release it, but at least they got something. I don't know. Because it seems like every time they go to the laundry house, they say they can't get any DNA. But yeah, that was it. I just wanted to let you know what, because you had said you weren't sure when the Stan text was, so I wanted to make sure, I told you what I had on my timeline. And as
I
always,
was
thank
just
you
not
guys.
thinking right. I had it down as the 27th also based off of what the mom had said.
Okay. But thank you guys for everything you do. And I mean, seriously, you guys put in time and effort and research and everything, and you're there for everybody. So thank you so much.
Thanks, K-Beth.
You guys have a good night.
It's been a very difficult thing to wrap your mind around what happened and how this could possibly happen to anybody. And it is difficult. Anybody, you just, I guess, like in the back of your mind, you hold out this hope, like maybe the world's not as cruel as we think it is. And then when you hear the coroner's report today, it's like, okay, it re-solidifies that there is evil out there, and it is capable, if it can touch Gabby, a 22-year-old with the world ahead of her and dreams and ambitions, and it can touch any of us. And that reality just, it breaks the hearts of many listening, and it breaks the hearts of anybody that is in toxic relationships, have been in abusive situations, know what it's like to be on the other side of being touched by evil. Just totally heartbreaking. So I totally relate to what she was saying. And the momentum, or the heart that people are feeling today is a little bit more somber than other days. Allie, thanks for calling in.
Good evening. Here, I'll show you guys me for the first time tonight, because I've called in a few times.
Yeah, it's good to see
So
you.
I took literally like 3 whole sticky notes full of notes so that I didn't forget this time what I was going to say.
Okay, good.
First off, Gavin, or Gavis even, I'm glad your eyes didn't roll right out of your head earlier today. So I have a couple of different questions to pose tonight. I think that the reason the coroner slipping up today about domestic violence, anything, speculative, which is, he really should have refrained from it, even the few things he did say. Why I think that would that impact the validity in the courts with a case against Brian of the coroner's report if in public he has speculated, because then it compromises his professional view on the autopsy report. So that's why I think, a little bit upset.
That's a good point. Yeah, that's a good
About
point.
John Walsh hounding him for that kind of information. Because if the FBI is, in fact, trying their best to build the best case against Brian, the coroner implicating any speculation can, in the court of public opinion, compromise how unbiased his opinion is.
John Walsh was trying to get him to slip up, and so that's
And
why
he
was
did
coming
a good
on.
job, because it wasn't just a couple questions later that he did insinuate it was a case of domestic violence.
Right.
I was honestly a little bit disappointed with John Walsh. He's been through this 100 times. He knows what the coroner can say and what he can't say. So
right. That's
if it
why
was
I
an
was
effort to
disappointed.
trip him up, it just, there's better ways.
It's information that, like I said, on the other end of it, can also be bad for the coroner to do. The other thing was, if she did have DNA under her fingernails, it'll implicate him further, of course. But as a previous caller said, it can provide, if it's not his DNA information, that it could have been somebody else on that off chance, which I don't think is possible. If she had an Apple Watch and he was against her having technology like a phone or whatever, I assume when he ditched the cell phone that he would have ditched the watch too, which
I thought about that too.
Would invalidate there being a time of death that could be ruled by that.
Yep.
On the same thing, the FBI would have the watch, not the coroner, so he wouldn't have been able to use that as a determination for time of death.
Very good points.
So my question really is, do you think, both of you, that the coroner's slip-ups could open that area of doubt against an unbiased opinion from a medical standpoint? I mean, I guess...
I don't think so. I think
when it comes down to fair trial, though.
Oh, now that's possibly true. Now I see what you're saying. That's definitely possibly true. That the defense could say this was not a biased coroner because
because
he also said this.
Speculated that it was domestic violence and not could have been strangulation by a killer.
I assumed he was saying domestic violence because the FBI told him that, but you're right that the defense could come out and possibly make a case against that. I didn't think about it in that way.
I watch way too much true crime, but people are acquitted for really stupid things sometimes. I mean, OJ, if the glove don't fit, you must acquit. I mean, really little things can be so damaging to a case that you're like positive they did it.
Yep.
Which is why they're so withholding with information.
Yeah, and that's why I'm glad he did say 4 weeks today, because that opens the window just that little bit more to make sure it's not exactly 21 days or...
Right. So I think I hit on everything. I mean, Bumblebee made great points too. I like people that think outside of the box.
What about Don Caesar, the U.S. Marshal? Is that a little too far outside of the box?
I don't think, I mean, of all the things that I've watched on past and current crime, and nothing's really too far outside of the box, because we've seen weird, evil people in this world who have done things that people would have never pegged. And I mean, we even have serial killers that went on for decades because they didn't do things in any particular way, so they had everybody messed up. So do I think anything is possible? But plausible and possible are two different things. And he ran. That's at the end of the day, he ran, and he has made himself look very guilty in that.
Right.
If he, looking at the body cam footage even right now, if he believed that he had already got one over on the cops of thinking he was being abused by Gabby, he's already seems to be an arrogant person, so he wouldn't have ran because he would have thought he could out-talk himself in this too. But that's why I think him running looks even more guilty than him staying and trying to sweet-talk his way out of something.
I think you're very smart, and
thank you.
You've done a really good job about thinking.
GABBY'S, I also checked you out. All them books behind me are on Indigenous peoples and history, so if you need help there.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Are you Allie M?
I am Allie M. Yep.
Thank you for joining the Feller fam today.
Thank you. I will be also doing the same thing on GABBY'S Twitch on Friday when I can do another subscription. I appreciate you guys, your honesty, and doing it in a respectful and humble way.
Well, thank you
you
so
guys
much.
both look exhausted. I know a lot of people that have been following this closely are exhausted too. Me and too.
I actually feel completely refreshed. Like I feel like I am covered in a shell of beauty and glory. I actually feel amazing right now.
That's good. That's good. And that can be very hard to do through something so emotionally investing.
Absolutely.
Now it's just a matter of rolling up the sleeves and working every angle that we can to track this guy down.
Absolutely. Absolutely. My husband's got a cousin who's actually on the Appalachian Trail right now. And one of his life goals was to do it. So he's off a year from work right now taking that trail.
Wow.
Yeah.
I hope he's prepared to do what he needs to do if he sees.
He started north to south, so I believe he, last I knew, was in the Virginia-ish area.
Wow.
So I'm a little nervous for him
Yeah.
too, especially if he is actually on that trail.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. So, Allie, thank you for calling in.
Have a great night, you guys.
Man, she was awesome. Allie, you can call in anytime you want. I'd love to hear
And
from
Allie,
her.
if you have any missing person cases, you can link them in our Discord, and I'll get to them.
Backstreet Poet, thank you for joining the Feller fam. You joined Jenny from the block, Dakota, B, A Feline, Artemis, Mushroom Clouds, Michelle, Therese, Tiffany, Allie, and Diane, who are all a part of the Feller fam today. Thank you guys for joining. We have a fellow Feller fam who says the Appalachian Trail starts up here in Vermont. I think some people are asking, where does it start? Where does it end? It goes from Georgia, right? North Georgia up to Vermont, I believe. And people love to do it. Eager says, I'm 73. He did it. The older you are, the wiser you are.
Short and sweet. I like it.
That's the point Eager's trying to make right there. I'm 73. He did it. Yep. Kim is saying Georgia to Vermont. So Kim sent me an email, Gavis. I want to tell it to you. There's a comment from September 10th, possibly before that, but at least September 10th, maybe September 7th. Rob Brady, who was, do you know what I'm talking about? Was
that the ex-boyfriend?
Was Gavis's friend. He said this, I've texted your dad. He commented on one of Brian's Instagram posts. Said, I've texted your dad, but I guess Christopher blocked me. Everyone knows about your nasty temper. Tell them about the time you choked her out. Don't worry, Skeletor. We know.
We have to be careful what we actually believe. There's a lot of trolls out there, so we'd have to verify those sources.
Rob Brady 3. So I'm going to Rob Brady 3's Instagram account right now. It says he lives in Knoxville, Tennessee. Traded gang life in for the Marine Corps. Governor contracted for OGA pro-life. So I don't know if it's. I'm gonna try to follow them and see if they follow me back, and I'll send them a message and say, "Are you legit?" and just see what happens. They have a private account, so I'll research that one and see if we can get down to the bottom of it. We're playing this video where he's fidgeting with some stuff. Was it the second body cam footage that you're talking about?
I believe it was. It's when he first gets out of the. When he's about to. I don't know, for some reason, I thought he had the keys in his hand at some point. I can't remember. I tried to block this out because it's kind of traumatic and I really don't like watching it. But there's a point where I do see him fidgeting with some keys, and it could be Daniel or Eric's cam. I'm not sure. But the keys right now, I think, are on the front hood of the van. So it's got to be later.
So it's going to be the second body cam footage probably. Let me go, because this guy doesn't have much. Because like later, Brian's sat on the ground, right?
Yeah.
And this guy's not really dealing with him.
It's probably going to be in Daniel's hand because he's the one that placed the keys on the hood of the van. So
I don't know the difference between the two police officers. So is that
the guy in the baseball cap? So the first cam that we got released. The guy in front of Eric right now.
You're on a first name basis with these guys.
I've just done my homework, I guess. I don't know.
So this is this should be the other footage.
Yo, we could go to the very start when he gets the keys from Gabby from the passenger window. That might show the keys because he takes them out and puts them on on the front of the van, right in front of Gabby.
Shauna, could Brian Laundrie have admitted himself to a psychiatric hospital? Anyone know if the current charge or lack of request? Okay, so I looked into this today, Shauna, because that was a question. The FBI can find out if somebody's in the hospital. HIPAA laws allow them without permission of the patient.
Get ready to pause. Get ready to pause.
Okay, well, hang on. Let me answer this. The
Okay,
HIPAA law.
Oh, you had it.
The HIPAA laws allow the FBI to find out if there's a patient in the hospital. So to answer your question, he's not in a psychiatric hospital, or the FBI would know about that. Amber Mullins, thanks for the super chat. First body cam footage when he pulls the phone from his pocket. Okay, so first Gabby has it. That's where we're at right now, Gabbys.
Yeah, but just to back a little bit because you can see him drag it. There, you're close.
Those are just keys and then like a souvenir type thing, right?
I'm not sure. Let's keep going. Oh, we're gonna have to enhance that.
That's just a tag, like a leather tag, then a key, and then a smaller key that probably went to like the fuel cap. There's 3 parts to that. There's nothing special on that. Doesn't appear to me.
I think near the end of the video, he puts 2 pieces together. So I think he might have had 2 sets of keys.
It's a lock key, somebody says. Okay, good to know. Hey, Tyler and Gabbys, any way to look at the photos of Brian with his nephews and look for scratches on his body?
Someone's claiming to see a big blue bruise on Brian's right thigh.
Inner thigh. Good point, Julie. We should do that. I'm going to mark that down. I want to just keep looking for a bit at these keys. And I don't want to get off of it because it's hard to switch between stuff. So to the right, there's a tag, then there's a key, and then somebody said, I don't know if that, or somebody said that's a locker key. Are we for sure that's a locker key? Or my church has different vans and we have keys that open the fuel to them. So that's why I was saying that they're smaller keys, but that does indicate like it's like a whole thing. And then you're saying later they give him the keys, or?
Well, I think they're trying to give Gabby the keys, and it looks like a long string of keys. So it's not just that one little section you saw. So
it's when he's on. It's like when he was sitting on the ground, or
no, when Gabby is returned the keys to drive away in her van.
Okay. Very interesting.
Yeah, you got to have an eye for detail.
Jeanette's Place, thank you for the super chat. She said, after my ex abused us all and attempted to smother our 8-year-old, he managed to turn my whole church on me for leaving him. Brian did. I'm so sorry that happened to you, Jeanette. It seems like for some reason, people that are this kind of way have a charisma about them that causes people to just go along with them. And I'm so sorry that you had to go through that. I think a lot of people are on the same boat with you, that Brian, people who've been through that level of abuse feel like Brian reminds them of what they've gone through.
This was an interesting part when the police officer asked him to look at his arm, and Brian looks at his sleeve because he thinks the blood is dripping onto his sleeve. So I thought that was pretty interesting here.
That's when he's taking a picture of his driver's license. So when are they giving her these keys back? There she has them.
Right. So you can see that it's a big long string of keys. It's not just the ones that are on the front of the dash. that's the only point I was trying to make. We'll look at it tomorrow, deep dive it, or if you want to do it now, it's fine.
So she's not holding the keys right now. And let's see what happens. He should be handing them to her any second, right?
I can't remember. It's been at least 5 or 6 days since I've looked at this stuff. I just did it once and I didn't want to do it again.
5 or 6 days feels like a million years in our little ecosystem that we've been building. Okay, see, there it is. It's that long keychain, but it's the same thing with just those 3 components on it. It's like a climbing thing. See?
Okay, so yeah, there's not much there then.
It's just a leather tag.
Yeah.
Shannon, thanks for calling in. How are you? It's not on there. Kayla, thanks for calling in. How are you?
Hey, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, thanks. First of all, and I won't go off topic because I know you mentioned that and I'm not trying to do that, but I just want to say you guys are doing an awesome job. I appreciate both of your insights and Tyler, your channel. And one thing I just wanted to quickly say about mental health, because I'm a mental health nurse. I've worked in mental health for 8 years. And when Gabby's asked Don his question about how we can maybe be more proactive, I think that's just an overall good point. We've had to be trained in what's called CPI. I have to be trained in crisis prevention intervention every year. So I think if maybe we can learn something from this case and more people can learn how to prevent and look for signs, like you're literally trained in how to look for people's body language, what they're saying.
Yeah, I'm certified in that too.
Yeah, so I think that's just a really good thing to learn from this too. I just wanted to bring that up, which is maybe everybody can kind of gain more insight. But
on how to de-escalate these types of situations.
Yes, but anyways, my couple points were that one, I think that the coroner, everybody is speculating on how he was, why he was not giving any information. However, I think that when Gabby said that the defense could build a case, I think that maybe that's kind of true, because if you think about the footage you guys just were playing with Gabby in the car and her admitting that she was hitting him and then they told him he was the victim. If you think about it, he also said she was very upset about she said she had OCD and he was upset because things were messy. And she admitted to him grabbing her face. They could maybe build a case that she somehow flipped out. And so they're trying to keep things a little hush because the defense could go down a path of that he was the victim because he's already on camera and the police are already saying you're the victim basically in a domestic, right? And so
unfortunately, yeah.
So maybe they're trying to keep that hush. And then the other thing that I thought was weird was the attorney basically made a statement in the midst of this until waiting after it was over. I just thought that was weird, why he didn't wait till after the whole thing was done. I mean, I'm not, out of respect for the family and everybody involved, why the attorney had to make an announcement in the midst of this press conference.
I think he was getting pressure from the media looking for a response.
I think so too. And the last thing I'll say real quick is that when Dante was on earlier, I heard him say that he thinks it's going to come down to cell phone records or things like that. And I've personally I've experienced this in my personal life, is that I had shared an iPad with somebody that I was involved with, and that if anybody is logged into the iPad on their account, then everything comes in. And so this person was able to access all of my things when I wasn't actually allowing them to see my phone or anything. So what I was wondering is if when the FBI recovered stuff from the Laundrie home that first time, it looked like they took computers or something. Do you think that if they were living together at the parents' house and they both were logged into a computer or any electronic device, that they could have accessed any phone text message records, because I think what's going to be crucial too is when she was in the hotel and he went back to the storage unit, what contact did they have? And do they have access to that?
Well, Kayla, I just want to say this. Like, it can sync, but it doesn't have to. Like, so just because it can doesn't mean that it is.
Right, but I'm just saying, what if they weren't on the best of terms when he left for the storage unit, and they could have found some type of record, and the prosecution could try to use that as like there was some type of arguing. I'm not trying to make a statement of fact, but I'm just saying, what if there was some type of interaction between Gabby and Brian during that period when he went back to Florida with the storage unit, and they could try to find some type of,
Yeah, I think you're onto something. Thank you, Kayla, for calling in.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Have a good night.
I think one of the things that helps validate maybe what she's saying is we know from what Rose has said that he likes to keep a close eye on her phone. So I wouldn't be surprised. I wanted to show this picture to you. And this is the photo that people are saying that there's some bruises on his right forearm. There's not a good angle of his inner thigh or whatever. So that's where I'm like, I don't know why people are saying that or how to even go about determining that. But you can see that on his right forearm, people are sort of saying, well, like, are there bruises on his forearm? What do you think? That's the picture.
Maybe a bite mark right there just above the elbow to the right.
Yeah. Like in this area.
Yeah.
That looks like a mark, right? Of some sort.
Definitely. But yeah, I think there's another picture where he's actually facing towards the camera. The same blog, same kids, everything. But that's where I think people were trying to show the blue.
So the only one I know that posted that picture, like I said, and somebody had sent me this one that we're looking at, was Grizzly. So we can go to her community tab and scroll down and look at it again, but it's not a great quality. It's not a great quality photo.
Yeah, I'm not sure where I found the second one. Somebody probably just in our Discord linked it to me. Yeah, I think it's that one. Yeah, that one.
Oh,
right
that
there.
spot right there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
I could see that. Jackson Iris, thank you so much for, and Lisa, I forgot to say thank you. I can't remember if I forgot to say thank you, but thank you so much for sending in the super chat. And Jackson, thank you for the super chat. You say this, you say Brian's defense will say that there isn't a fair trial due to all of the jurors being exposed to speculation and publicity on this. So, well, that's definitely a statement that a lot of people have been saying, right?
Hopefully he just confesses and there's no trial and we get all the answers that we want and he just goes away. And he doesn't get a good nickname. We got to give him a nickname like Bunny Fufu, not Zodiac Zoidberg or something that he might like. It's got to be demeaning.
Yeah, something that he's definitely going to be embarrassed by or fits the crime. How's that? Interesting. So what do you think about that picture? I could see it right there.
Mm-hmm.
How long do bruises last? This was September 6th. Are they there for a week? It's been a while since I've had a bruise.
I would say at least a week would be, that's when it would turn blue, right? You might not see it if it happened initially, but after a few days, that's when it starts to come through, right?
I don't know much about bruises.
But
Shannon, are you there this time?
I am. I'm sorry about that.
It's okay.
So I'm wondering what everyone's thoughts are about. I have this feeling that he didn't come back from the camping trip at all. And if the neighbors saw the parents on the 11th, and is there a chance or is there an argument against or anything to prove that he was back after the camping trip?
Yeah.
There is? Okay.
He was back in Florida after the camping trip?
That's what I'm wondering. Because
yeah,
the parents could have left the camping trip, dropped him off somewhere,
Oh,
And
after the
then,
September 6th camping trip is there proof of him. Other than
correct.
the neighbors, I haven't seen any. Have you, Gavis, any footage after September 6th of Brian being around? The September 4th incident happened when he was at the cell phone store, right?
Well, there was also the latest one was that the neighbors thought that they saw somebody jump the fence and run west down that street. So, but actual hard evidence, videotape, we really only have a little bit of conjecture.
Because I know that the neighbors initially said that they saw the parents return from their camping trip on the 11th. And then it was later like, oh, their timeline must have been off.
Yeah, it shifted. It was definitely the 6th and not the 11th.
Okay. So if nobody has actually seen him, except for the neighbors' claim, which I feel like isn't as reliable, then I don't know. I just was curious what your thoughts were on that. Because I just have, my gut is like he never came back from the camping trip. They left DeSoto, parents dropped him off somewhere, and then
I think that's what Dog the Bounty Hunter was saying. That's why he went to Fort DeSoto. Do you remember his statement? He was like, 3 people went in, 2
yeah.
people came out. And he had
Yeah,
spent the bulk of his energy searching there. So he was thinking the same thing as you. But there's some thought that he's in Mexico.
Okay, that's interesting. I just thought they took those couple days and drove him somewhere, you know, dropped him off on the Appalachian Trail somewhere, drove back home, parked their camper. The neighbors saw them return on the 11th, and then that was it. Because the sister almost implied that she wished that she would have picked up on something when she was at Fort DeSoto with the family. And so maybe in retrospect, she kind of does. And maybe that was the goodbye in a sense. And it was planned that they were going to have that little time together. And then that was going to be it. They were just going to take him somewhere to safety or what have you. Anyway, just curious about what everyone thought about that, because I haven't heard much about it, and I didn't know if there's any hard evidence of him actually returning.
Nope.
I haven't seen any footage. So other than when he was at the cell phone store. So way to think, Shannon.
But we are trying to chase down all those different timelines of when he could have possibly gone, like the 14th, like the 17th. And yeah, it would be awesome if we actually knew the time that he started off.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that makes a big difference. I can't believe he hasn't been found. It's crazy.
Yep. Thank you, Shannon.
Of course. Thank you.
Why don't you guys put in the comment section, do you think Brian's going to be found within the next 2 weeks? Let me know what you think. Go ahead and just write a comment. Do you think Brian's going to be found in the next 2 weeks? Yes or no? What do you think, Gavis? What's your heart telling you?
I'm hopeful, but if he's been able to hide for the last, 3 weeks it's been, can't even speculate. I mean, we're getting leads from Portland to New York, we're to Costa Rica. I mean, we're getting leads all over the world now. So and sightings too. So you'd think we'd be able to close in on him really quick, but it's a mess. There's a bunch of things. He's connected to a bunch of books, Annihilation, Next Marks the Spot. People are talking about that right now. So we're looking at every possible angle that we can. Boats. They had a boat cruise at Marco Island. So we're trying to use pictures to try to find that exact same boat that they were on. So we're digging hard, guys. We really are.
Peggy makes the statement, keep the hope alive. He will be found. Thank you, Peggy, for the super chat. I forgot to mention, too, Ditching the Grind. You sent in a super chat a second ago just to say thank you. And I just want to say thank you to you for supporting the channel. Megan Dyer, you say, do you think Brian's parents could have pulled an Of Mice and Men and offered Brian so that he would no longer be danger, and offed Brian so that he would no longer be a danger to himself or others? Some people have said that. I think it's a low possibility because that's their I mean, that's their child. I think that one's hard for me to think they could do. Is it possible? Sure. But I hope that didn't happen.
Yeah, I'm not sure who's running the show, if it's the lawyers or the parents concerned for their child. At this point, I think the lawyers had his hands in the game plan from the beginning.
Avery, you say Tyler, I texted you a photo. I don't know where you sent that. So I haven't got that. I got an email from Kim that had the photo that I showed, and then she sent another photo, but I was already showing that one that was on the screen from Grizzly that was pretty similar. And it's hard to switch, so I just kept the one from Grizzly up, but I don't have the photo from you. So you might send it to press@tylerfeller.com. The camper will hold a lot of supplies. I think the camper thing, you could definitely hold a lot of supplies in a camper for sure. Carolina, thanks for calling in. Are you in Carolina?
Oh, hi. Can you hear me?
We can't really hear you well. It's really muffled.
Can you hear me now?
We can't hear you. I'm sorry. I'm going to have to take you off and give you some time to figure it out.
She just banged her phone to get it to work better.
Can you hear me now?
Let's see.
Lord Footage, I don't know about your name. Is that your real name?
Yep. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
All right. I want to run down this little scenario. If y'all got a little minute. Okay. So Brian left her for a week. It take a week to get a gun. He went back and got $1,000. So I say maybe that couple took him hostage, made him go fetch $1,000. He waited and got a gun, went back. They killed her, so he killed them and went on the run and can't prove that he only killed the two for Gabby until everybody get it right. And he gonna stay in hiding until then, because he on the hook for 3 murders now.
I think the timelines are too separated for what you're saying to be a likelihood based on when the bodies were found, when they think the deaths took place.
I think so. The back and forth, because I'm thinking
it doesn't add up. Yeah,
it didn't necessarily. It don't have to be Gabby that he was arguing with. He was arguing with that young female, and she went back and told that other female why he went to go fetch.
Your phone's really cutting out. Thank you though for calling in. He was losing service, and I don't really know what was going on, but I think his timelines don't add up. He's trying to connect the 3, Kyle and Crystal and Gabby. And Milo, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you.
Okay, remember when I told you about that video where you said you didn't quite like the gay sex thing? I found it. It was on TikTok. But he's also using a different last name. I don't know if you guys remember what it was.
I don't know what you're talking about, really. I don't remember it, but I don't like talking about that kind of stuff on my channel. I'll tell you that.
I do apologize. But I know that he had other accounts using a different last name. But I'm trying to find them again so that I can tell you and show you what they are. So I didn't know if you guys knew about it
Was it Vinci?
For some reason I don't remember. But the only reason why I remember it is when I was listening to the coroner's report, people are calling in to ask questions. A Brian something calls but doesn't answer, and they didn't put the name up on the screen. So it just kind of gave me chills, thinking maybe he was trying to call in.
No, that was Brian Benton. He's a reporter.
Okay, all right. I apologize. I didn't know, but I know that he used a different last name on at least a couple of his social medias. I just don't remember what it was. But that was it. I just wanted to know if you remembered it.
Well, I appreciate you thinking deep about some of the stuff, and anything that could help us find Brian is something that needs to be definitely thought about deeper and pursued after. So I appreciate your heart to do that. Thank you for calling in.
Thank you.
You agree, right? That was Brian Benton.
Yeah, I don't think that was Brian Laundrie. Tammy, how are you? Denise, how are you?
I am good.
Great.
So, I said I've been following this case since her body was found, and my thought process is here, and I've always suspected coroner what he found, strangulation. But I honestly think she died on the 28th. Because that is the only day that nobody had seen Brian or Gabby. Neither one of them. And it fits into the timeline.
If it's in the wee hours of the morning, is the
That's
only
what
way
I'm
it
thinking.
could fit into the timeline.
That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking it was early 28.
Okay.
Is what I'm thinking.
That's
but
possible.
also, question is could he have ditched the phones on the way back? Could he have thrown them out on the way back to Florida?
Absolutely.
Has anybody thought to potentially check that route for phones in those areas?
Pretty sure the FBI is on that.
And then he could, my thinking is, could he be hiding in caves in the Appalachian?
It's a possibility. There was some photos that he posted with some pretty deep caves in it, and we're looking into some of those leads.
Because I know that there's caves up there. I know people have survived up there, for long periods of time.
We're looking at it.
So those are what my thoughts are on the case.
Thank you, Denise.
Yeah, I mean, that Dennis Davis sighting with the white truck is, pretty interesting. He seems pretty 100. Well, what did he say? 99.999% that he saw him. So that's a lead that we can't just dismiss.
Yeah.
Thanks, Denise, for calling in today. Have a good evening.
Yep.
Karen, thank you for the super chat supporting me. Can you believe it, Gabby? I just crossed 30,000 subscribers on YouTube. Not possible without the support of everybody that's a part of the Feller fam and many others in this community here. Thank you guys so much. It's a big milestone for me. I made a goal that I wanted to one day get. I wanted to get to 10,000 in 1 year, and I made that goal in February. So I did it in 6 months. So it took me half the time, but I want to be in 100,000. I don't know when. When's a good goal to get to 100,000? Let me know in the comments when you think I can get to 100,000. 30,000. I can't believe it.
I'm looking at my Twitch and I have 96.
Well, Twitch is harder. It's a harder game there. But Britt says this with the super chat. The one nephew and Brian Laundrie are wearing different outfits in the tree pick versus the water pick from the 6th. Seems odd if they were only there for 6 hours, right? Well, maybe, but if they're swimming and stuff, not as odd. So it depends. ED saying by the end of the year, if I could get to 100. By the way, thank you for the super chat, Britt. I really appreciate that. The only way I would say, it does kind of seem odd. The reason it wouldn't be odd is if they were in the water swimming and they came out and then they changed. So it makes sense to me why they would do that. Avery, how are you?
Hey, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Thanks for calling in.
So I've been thinking, okay, so I've been the one who's been so optimistic this whole time, just hoping and hoping that somehow Brian would be innocent. But then after today, I've kind of changed my mind. But I've been thinking that if we can figure out what Brian is, like if he's a psychopath, a sociopath, then maybe we could figure out where he is.
Like
And
reverse
so,
engineer it from that point.
I'm sorry?
like reverse engineer it from that perspective.
Yeah. And so, okay, what type of person could kill somebody that they love and then go back to their home and act completely normal? Like he did at the park. He took walks with his family, went and bought a cell phone, went to stores with his parents. That's acting normal. So what type of person is that?
I mean, it could be narcissist, it could be a sociopath, it could be a psychopath. They're all in the same family with different levels of tendency. So, obviously, narcissist has empathy.
Hmm. So I'm just thinking that if we could somehow maybe narrow it down what he possibly is, then that, could possibly lead us to where he is. If he's, I don't think psychopaths and sociopaths have like that kind of an attachment to a parent where they can't be, like on their own. I think they can be loners. So I'm just not really sure, but that was my thought process is, maybe if we can figure out what he is, then we could figure out where he is.
Mm-hmm.
And that's really all. I'm very disappointed today because I've been so optimistic, just hoping and praying that he wasn't involved. But when I heard the coroner's report, I've had a change of heart, which hurts me.
Yeah.
It really hurts me. But yeah, so that's just, that was my thought.
I'm no expert, but a lot of times people say about psychopaths that they're cold-hearted. And when they talk about sociopaths, they say they're hot-headed. And I'm not saying he's either of these things, but I'm saying based off of what we know about him, he's definitely more hot-headed.
Hot-headed. Okay, I agree with that.
Which would be sociopath. So we can look up some sociopath characteristics and
I think that'd be a good idea.
Again, people listening, we're not saying that he's a sociopath. We're just saying if he's possibly this, is it something that could give us some clues about where he's at? And I think possibly that's not a bad way to think about it. So
yeah, because I think that's what an FBI profiler would do. I don't know. I'm just going by shows that I watch, but I think that's kind of how a profiler works. They kind of profile the person, to kind of figure out what their movements are and where they might be.
A sociopath lacks empathy, has volatile behavior patterns, prone to rage, uses intelligence, charm, or charisma to manipulate others, displays impulsive behavior, and cannot contain a consistent work or family life. So I don't know what we know about Brian sort of fits into that. Again, I'm not saying that's what he is, but if he is that and you want to go down that train, that's sort of where I would go. Avery, thank you for calling in today.
Thank you.
Thanks. Lindsay, thank you for the super chat. You said, why is no one from the Mary Piglet on August 27th talking about what he was so angry about? I think that could shed a lot of light on motive, possibly. So I have a suspicion that either the owners or whatever of the Mary Piglet told them not to, or the FBI told them not to talk about it, because the only person that we heard about talking about the Mary Piglet was Nina, who was the person that witnessed it. And the other situation could be a lot of times restaurants hire really young hostesses, possibly under the age of 18. So it could have been a 16 or a 17-year-old underage person working as a hostess that day. Kat asked the super chat question a minute ago. She said, we know that he went to a couple campsites. Are there any other campsites he had been to before that we're looking at? There is a campsite that I looked at in North Georgia that I thought he could possibly be at. And I've talked extensively about that. Do you remember the name of it, Gavis, off the top of your head? It's called the Low Gap Campground, and there's a dispersed camping area there, and they advertise clandestine camping. And so there's potential from my research that he was there. I don't know for sure. I'm just saying he was there quite a bit.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting to see how much of a computer trail that has been left by them, even in their previous trip that they took. So we're researching some of those and trying to find some connections, just places that he might have been familiar with, and chasing down each one of those.
Latresa, how are you?
Hey, I'm good. How are you?
Thank you for calling in today.
Well, thank you. Thank you for the good job you two are doing.
Oh,
Gavis, I finally found you on Twitch, and I'm watching Discord also. And I've been in a narcissistic relationship before, and there was at one time that I was looking for something to hit back with. And when I told him that, like a few days after, I said, well, I'm thinking about Saturday. What happened Saturday? He said, deleted. He didn't want to hear what I had to say. So basically, I finally had the guts to tell him bye and get rid of him. And I'm thankful for that. But
good
with the
job.
way things are in this world right now, I had gotten into a company that sells like tasers and pepper spray and stuff like that. And I actually have on my neck, I don't know if you can see this lanyard here. It has one of these Cubitons, and I have pepper spray. If I go into a store and I come back into the parking lot, I've got my defense right here. And I have it on. I'm doing this for the ladies out there because all of us need some help, but you can snap these off if you need to use it that way. Hide it in your shirt, whatever you need to do, especially if you're in a narcissistic relationship. I've also told one of my friends, put this around your neck and hide it under your shirt in case he comes at you. So I'm thinking maybe I could help some of the ladies out here. Maybe.
Thank you, Latricia, for sharing that. When you think about Brian, does it just give you those kinds of vibes?
Yeah, it does. I agree with some of what the other people have said where he's holding his hands down to cover his privates. That seems to be quite a defense mode, but this guy that I'm talking about, he was so into his 12 or 13-year-old child, and I had a comment whenever we were fixing to go to bed, and his daughter was laying there talking to him on my pillow, and I said, that's not looking right. It doesn't look right. And he clenched fist and teeth, talking through his teeth. He said, you are so close to barking up the wrong tree. And I just started looking for things right then to try to help myself. Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds like a dangerous situation.
And I'm glad that you got out of it. I appreciate you sharing your story with us and calling in today. I know everybody in the chat appreciates it. Thank you, Latricia.
Yeah. You're welcome. Have a good night, y'all. God bless.
Too. Take notes from her, ladies. If you're in a toxic situation, get out and be prepared that even you can have a stranger come up to you no matter where you might be. She's ready. Edith, how are you?
I'm doing very well. Thank you, Gavis and Tyler. Your show is amazing.
Oh, thank you so much.
So here's what I think. I've lived in Florida for the great majority of my life and worked in various aspects of the community that dealt with the fruit industry, with migrant workers, and all types of undocumented workers, documented workers, etc. And I would just have to say, based on my experience living through that and being involved in those communities, that it's really, really easy to smuggle people in and out of Mexico. I think that last time they went to that camping ground together, that they had especially if they're involved or have contacts with anybody in the fruit industry, that they might have had somebody that could have gotten them over to Mexico.
I think there's some circumstantial evidence or fringe level evidence pointing towards Mexico right now from a variety of sources. And Kim emailed me and said she's going to take a deeper look into some of it. And so I'm not saying he's in Mexico, but it's worth us thinking about. And thank you for your insight on it. So you think he's alive and maybe in Mexico?
Yeah, I really do. It's not as hard as people think.
Okay. It's possible. So thank you.
Tina M, he owns one what? Can you repeat your comment, Tina? I missed
I think people are saying that the yacht thing is in Mexico. Like there's another yacht, a division of the same yacht company in Mexico is one of the things that people are saying. So
okay.
Thanks Edith for calling in.
Thank you. Bye.
Yeah, I mean several people have made that statement. It's like, oh, they have a yacht thing in Mexico or whatever as well. So thank you guys.
Food company. Okay. Thank you, Tina.
Thank you guys for being a part of my channel and liking the video, subscribing. It means a whole lot to have you here with me. And I can't believe I crossed 30,000 subscribers today. My goodness, that's crazy to me. Allie, how are you?
Oh, am I back?
You were back on with us. You were so smart last time. I said call anytime you want, and you're
Okay,
making the
so
most
I
of
called
that.
back because I have another question to pose to everybody.
Okay.
Because
good.
I didn't get to do a lot of the normal research that I would do during the day because mom life, right? Whatever. Did anyone hear anything else about the body that was found on the Appalachian Trail or near the Appalachian Trail a couple of days ago?
So the thing that I heard about that was the FBI made a statement, said it's part of an ongoing investigation, but it's not related to the Brian Laundrie case.
I think that sounds really suspicious if they found a body. And it's, I guess, is all of the Appalachian Trail considered federal land because it's literally cross country? Because if it isn't and it's like state park land, wouldn't that be a state investigation then and not an FBI investigation? Like, wouldn't that fall under whatever local jurisdiction that was? I just don't see if it's just a random, not a random body. That's a really poor way to word that. Sorry. If it's like, you know, a natural death body or a local crime, I wouldn't think the FBI would automatically take that on.
Unless
and be
like
vague
it
about
matched
it.
a similar description of Brian, or for whatever reason, you know, that it had to involve the FBI. But I think they're having trouble identifying the body, possibly.
Like, I want to say 4 or 5 years ago, I live in Western New York, so there was a young man from Ithaca that went missing, and his body was discovered, I don't know, like 6 or further months later. Like, that body wasn't national news, but they released pretty much immediately that they were unsure that it was his body, but possibly. So if there was anybody, you know, if it's a relatively new to the environment body per se, not somebody that had been there for a long period of time, I would just think that they would already have somebody in mind that it could be, you know?
Yeah.
So I kind of wonder why they're so vague about who they think or don't think that body could be.
It's a very interesting point, and it's worth definitely doing a deeper look into.
So that was just me trying to think out loud with more than myself to see if anybody else had a reason to suspect there might be more to that body, or because they're so quiet about it. I don't know what
I don't know either. But thank you for calling in. Thank you for your thoughts on that.
Absolutely. Have a good night, you guys.
You too. If we can get a positive ID on that body, that's going to help that situation. Daz, thanks for calling in. How are you?
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, I have a couple things I'd like to get out. The day that they all went camping and Cassie was there, she made a statement that she was going to Orlando Disney World. Could Brian may have took a ride with her and she dropped him off somewhere?
Possibly. And remember, the parents also go to Orlando on the 25th.
Oh, they did.
To meet
I
with the
didn't know
lawyer.
that.
Yeah, they said to meet with the lawyer.
And my other thing was, after Brian killed Gabby, I think he took her phone, her iWatch, her computer, anything of evidence, and took this long hike and disposed things on the way, and then hitchhiked back to his van. Now, that's just my speculation. I just want to know your thoughts on that.
It could be a possibility, like after he was on his trip up to the Coulter Bay, maybe that was where he wanted to take some of that stuff and throw it out in the bush. Or if he got back to the van, toss it out of the window on his way back to Florida. We don't know. We don't have any of that information.
I was thinking about when the first hitchhiker picked him up and took him to the dam, he could have threw it all into the water.
Well, let's slow down. So what Miranda Baker, when she picked him up at the Coulter Bay showers, she asked him where he wanted to go, and he said Jackson. So there's two places. There's Jackson Hole and Jackson. But most people out there refer to Jackson as Jackson Hole. So he's already been down this route before, and when he realizes that he's getting close to the big lake, he realized, well, this is the wrong road. I need to be on the other one. So that's why he got anxious and he wanted to jump out. So he got out right at the dam in the rest area, and that's where he started hitchhiking, and Norma Jean picked him up and drove him to the entrance of the Spread Creek dispersed camping area.
Okay, that's a couple of questions that have been going in my head, because it just seems like that's a good scenario of hiding things, and an alibi as the hitchhikers pick him up to take him back to the van.
Or he could have been distraught and just went on a walk.
That's true too. But I think he's a little bit smarter than that. I think he's going to cover his actions. And I think, I do think he did call his mom right away. He's a mama's boy. You can tell that. So I do speculate that she told him to come home. We'll take care of everything.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good speculation, but I don't think Brian's that intelligent.
Well, I wouldn't say intelligent, but I just think he's got that cunning edge to cover these. With the books and stuff that he reads, I think he knows how to cover certain things up. And alibis.
I think he's pretty average.
All right, but that's all I had to ask. And I thank you for taking my call.
Thank you for calling in today. Really appreciate it.
Thanks. Have a blessed night.
You too. Jennifer, how are you? Carolina, how are you?
Oh, hi. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Oh, glad. Earlier had a problem issue with the microphone. I'm from Poland. Are you there?
Thank you for tuning in.
I had a question, but Kyla asked the question what I did. So I have a meaning like can I read it? I know we all knew who did it. We all suspect who did it. But I wanted to point out and wondering one thing. Most of the preparation who know the victim try to hide and boldly. Usually, unknown preparation for victims leave them just as they kill them. I wonder why Brian Laundrie left her just like that. how do you think about that? I mean, if someone kill, the victim you killed, and you just try to hide the body. You know what I mean? And when there is a killer and rape somebody, you try to not hiding. Why he is not trying to hide the body?
Yeah, it's
You
interesting that he
understand what
just
I
left
mean?
it there.
I'm not. I'm sure. I'm sure what my language is very bad, but you know what I'm saying. Why he's not trying hide the body?
Yeah.
He's connecting with her. No.
Yeah. Well, thank you
How do
for
you
calling
think
in.
he not trying? He was scared, or he was panic
Yeah.
something. How do you think about that?
What do you think, Gavis? Why was he not hiding the body? Thank you, Carolina, for calling in. We're going to answer the question, but we appreciate you being
Thank
a
you.
part of the call.
Thank you.
Why do you think that he did?
I think that he panicked, and then I think he realized that Gabby had just gotten some government money and she had a bank account full of money, and he's like, you know what, maybe the best thing I can do is get in this van and drive home because I don't have enough money for airfare. I can't really, so I think that that was one of his last options, and that's why he jumped out at the entrance of the Spread Creek to see if anybody had discovered Gabby. And so when he got back to the van, he realized nobody had, and he figured, good, somebody's not going to walk across the river, go all the way across that bank, and then go back into the bushes where it's believed that he ended her life there.
Well, today's the first time I've heard about the government money thing. I don't know what money from the government she would have got. Do you have a source for that?
No, it was some COVID relief or something. I don't know.
Americans got COVID relief, but it had been a long time. So I don't know why she would have been getting COVID relief then. So I don't know about that.
But she definitely had money in her account. So whether she just gotten the money or he knew that she had it, he still used that money to get back.
Yeah. People are saying stimulus money. Well, I don't know when the last time stimulus money came through, but I feel like it had been a long time ago since stimulus checks had gone through. Did Canada get stimulus checks?
Yeah.
How much was it? Or do you know? Do you remember?
No, I don't know, but they do.
Yeah, there was some stimulus checks that went out, but it was in the previous administration, and it's been a long while. And there was been over a year ago.
Yeah,
So,
maybe it was her dad that sent her 1,000 or something. Yeah, I heard. Yeah, I'm not sure what it was.
Okay. Some people are getting extended, unemployment,
right?
And based on what state you lived in, determined how much it was. For a while, the federal government was adding an extra $400 onto whatever your state's unemployment was. But I think even that's ended. April, thanks for calling in. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing well. So what do you think about everything?
I think he panicked. I mean, I think it was a fit of rage. Again, with the last caller that said, why did he just leave her, without trying to cover up, bury her, or anything like that. I think it was like a panic mode. And I do believe he contacted his family. I do believe that they are well aware of what took place, and they're all
Including
hiding.
Cassie or just Christopher and Roberta?
I'm sorry?
Including Cassie or just Christopher and Roberta?
Well, I mean, I'm only speculating here. I don't know any of them. But Christopher and Roberta, absolutely. I think the whole him helping the FBI with the hunt was a whole ruse. I don't believe any of that was genuine. I don't believe it at all. He knows his son is like he's alive. He's not lost in the woods. Because I don't care. even if my son or my daughter, if I knew they had committed a horrible crime, I would still want to find them alive.
That's what I'm thinking.
You
It's like
know?
your son or daughter. You're going to go after them.
Yeah, I mean, that would be common for a parent, at least for me. I'd be whipping their ass the whole way home while they go to jail, but I would want to know that they're okay, you know? So,
Yeah, he seems a little bit too comfortable. He's more angry about baskets being on his front lawn than he is about his son being missing.
right,
So,
right.
April, thanks
There's
for calling in today. We
something.
appreciate it.
Oh, well, thank you for having me. Thanks.
Yep. You're making a good point, Gavis. He was definitely concerned about those baskets out in the yard.
yeah,
Quick on the draw about getting the signs down.
yeah, they were in there and out, and the mail was out of the mailbox. They had that whole front yard cleaned up in what, almost 15 seconds.
Yeah, it's like basically like walking out to the car and back. JC says, Gavis and Tyler, you guys researched how Brian could have the scratch marks on his face when the officer first researched it.
Well, the witness said Brian was sitting in the driver's seat, but I can envision Gabby with Brian having his butt towards her and Gabby cold cocking him with her right hand and putting those cuts that you see on Brian's right side of his head. So I think Brian would have had his back turned to her, and that's when she struck him.
Yeah, we have to the point. Yeah, we've researched that and talked about that a bit. And Avery, I got your super chat and your emails as well. Thank you for sending that over. Appreciate the pictures. Ali says that he looked more angry getting the baskets out of the yard than he did helping search in the park. He was laughing in the video from the National Parks video. Girl makes a point.
Exactly. He just seems comfortable, and he knows that Brian's in a safe, hidden place right now. Otherwise, he would be a little bit more distressed.
Do you guys think that his behavior, just comment what you think about this. Do you guys think that his behavior whenever he had a grin on his face was acceptable or normal behavior whenever he was out that day in the Carlton Reserve? Write a comment and let me know what you're thinking, because some people are saying it's okay to laugh, it's okay to smile, there's nothing abnormal about that, and other people are like, if that's my kid, there's no way I'm looking like that. So let me know what you think.
There could have been some other tactics there too, where they're trying to get him to laugh. Look at his blink rate, how many times his eyes are blinking. The police officer that was in that looked a lot like Brian. So I think there's some subtle things that the FBI is doing when they were doing that.
Yeah, most people are saying it just seems off. It just seems off to me. JC said this, I meant he didn't have the marks when he was pulled over.
Well, we can't see, because when Eric comes to the driver's side, we only see the left side of Brian's head. It's not till he turns that we see the right side of his head.
Yeah, because they actually make a statement like, why do you have marks on your face, right? They ask him. So, JC, I think I understand what you're saying, because when I've looked at it, it looks difficult to see. But the fact that the officer made a statement about it, to me, means that they're there. And even Gabby's marks on her face, I couldn't see the mark on her face, but the officer said, why do you have a mark on your face? And she knew where it was at, and she felt it, and she was like, it was there. I couldn't see it very well just watching at the video. Man, almost everybody is saying it is just not normal.
No, this whole case, and what did that one guy say today? Expect the unexpected. That's the only thing that we can count on.
Yeah, JB said that today. He said we need to be expecting the unexpected, because we have no possible idea what could be coming up. Casey, thanks for calling in.
You didn't find me yet.
Hi, how are you tonight?
We're doing
Is
what
my
she has a
sound
lag.
okay?
Your sound's okay, but you have quite a bit of a lag. So you're gonna have to just talk and then say
Oh,
whatever
mercy.
you're wanting to say, and then we'll have to respond to it. That way there's not a big lag.
Okay, it was, if you look at the second body cam, right at the beginning when the policeman walks up to the driver's side of the car and talks to Brian, Brian is looking full face forward, and I don't see any marks on his face at that time. Later, and the other body gets out on the other side, there are marks on his face. I just find that fact interesting. On a completely different subject, I think Mexico is a very logical place because of all that's going on border. I could get across that as easily as people are coming across the other direction without, pay for it. So that was my thought. And my third thought is figure out how to work that Twitch. I got on it and I found you, but I can't figure out, I couldn't find your timeline, and I'm still trying to figure it all out. I'm an old lady and things don't come easily to me.
Can one of the mods please help her, because
So I think
I love your
covered my bases, and since I'm gonna sign off and you.
Casey, her internet just shut off, but I appreciate her calling in and appreciate her viewpoints, and she's been a valued member of our community here, and she has a good perspective, doesn't she? As she thinks about things.
I love the way she thinks about things, and the first thing about what she's talking about with Brian and the scratches, you have to remember that you're looking at the left side of his head when the officer comes to the window. When he's doing the interview, he's turned, and now you're seeing the right side, which is where I think Gabby cracked him. Or I want to believe that Gabby cracked him.
Yeah, so something to think about for sure. People are saying I'm being rude. I have no idea how I'm being rude to anybody right now, honestly. Deborah, thanks for calling in.
Oh, hey, I actually just tuned in, so I'm sure I've missed a lot, but enough to know that you're not being rude. But I am.
That's what I'm saying. If people think I'm rude, just get off my channel. I don't know. I'd rather not have them here to have to deal with the negative comments and instead just focus on us working toward the common goal.
I can't possibly imagine. I expected the outcome today, but I don't know why I'm just so utterly blown away. Even though I knew this,
I know.
I feel, if I haven't been angry already, which I have been, I'm just so angry at this point. And I wonder how the police officers feel now,
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. No, I think Brett took a leave of absence shortly after the incident. So.
Yeah, I again, I'm sorry. I'm just jumped on. I know I missed a lot, but I guess I just felt like I needed this. Whatever I said, I needed this.
Do you think it's because some of us are clinging to hope in the back of our minds that it was going to be something accidental, and it was going to be oh, it is a big misunderstanding. The world's not as we thought it was.
Yes.
That's what I think.
You nailed it. You nailed it. Absolutely. I think I probably wouldn't have wanted to admit it, but I do. That was absolutely in the back of my mind. I didn't say it out loud to anyone, but I was hoping for that. I was, the good side of me, or I always try to think that, things are going to turn out better, so yes, you nailed it. I was thinking that.
I know it's hard to say that, but I think we all wanted to have a little bit of hope.
Yes.
Deep down in our hearts.
Yes.
Because we couldn't imagine ourselves doing anything like that. We wanted to believe nobody else could. And so in order to rationalize it, we want to be no, it's not possible.
Yeah, I just cannot put my hands around this. I just can't. I mean,
could you imagine being one of the news crews that drove all the way out to Teton for that interview to just get that one little bit of information?
Yeah, I expected more. I really did.
Wow. Well, Deborah, thanks for calling in. I felt the way you did today. So
thank you very much.
Casey's saying, I don't know if you guys heard my points and responded. Somebody get this girl an iPad. All right. Yeah, we heard your points, Casey, and we were just we spent a second just talking about how much we appreciate when you call in and your perspective on different things. And Gavis had something to say about the way that the angle of the hitting by Gabby.
Yeah, just that when the police officer comes up, it's on the driver's side and he's facing forward. But when they interview him, he's facing the other way. So you're actually seeing the right side of his head in the camera view. So I don't think that Brian scratched himself while he was sitting in the front seat. I think that was where Gabby actually got him when they had the altercation in front of the Moonflower. And Brian was probably trying to block her out with just his butt facing her, and she just cold cocked him across the right side of the head. And that's where the blood was dripping from his head.
Sylvia says, did you guys notice how the Emmy said some things about DV? You think it slipped out, or did he do it on purpose? Okay, we did notice that. A part of me thinks he did it on purpose. Do you think he did it on purpose, Gavis?
I honestly think that he was just terrible at giving interviews. He said about 60 times. If you're going to do public speaking, that's a big no-no. And he was trying to stay very vague in all of his answers, other than, I mean, if you look at the coroner's report, I mean, it's like one sentence. I don't know. That seems a little weak.
So it slipped out.
Well, I think I sent you the coroner's report today.
Yeah, to me it felt like a pretty basic statement.
And all he has to do is explain cause in the manner. So that's where he settled on strangulation and whatever the last part was, throttling.
Avery says, I've got to quit sending super chats, but we appreciate the super chats, Avery. But I'm reading an interview from Brian's school friend and how they've always been disconnected, no friends, didn't socialize, overweight. Did you all know this? This goes to what I was saying, sociopath, we should dig. I think the case is building towards that. I don't think a normal person could respond how he's been responding in this situation. I just don't think a normal person could, just to be honest. And
we had in our Discord, we had one of the ex-boyfriends, Gabby's ex-boyfriend, talked about how basically amazing she was and how many friends she had when they were dating, and that changed drastically when Brian came into the picture.
Brian was a loner. Somehow he and Gabby ends up in a relationship with one another. He did look substantially different when he wasn't super overweight by any means, but he did look a lot different. He wasn't a skinny, scrawny guy like he is in this video. And he looked different with hair, with his face a little more plump. He didn't look the same. He did look different. So if we can hypothetically build out a framework for him mentally, it helps lead to where he could possibly be.
Yeah, Dog brought up a point the other night about just the books that he was reading, his artwork and things like that. So he basically said these people aren't born, they're made, and the things that they surround themselves with kind of push them to this edge that Brian may or may not be in.
Did you see the statement that Dog sent me today? I put it on my Twitter.
No, I don't follow Twitter.
He said, this is what Dog sent me today, and I immediately posted it to my Twitter. I put the official statement from Dog the Bounty Hunter. This is what he said. The coroner's statement has established a timeline that looks worse for Brian Laundrie. His continued evasion of law enforcement makes him look guilty. His best decision now would be to turn himself in. I can't fathom how Brian's parents can live with themselves after how they've stonewalled the Petito family. They need to be doing more to signal Brian to stop running. So that's what Dog said today.
One thing I was thinking about today, Tyler, was what did Johnny Cochran and Dershowitz, what did they do with OJ? Did they put him up in a separate house during that trial? Like, why are the Laundries still where they are? Like, why wouldn't the
I thought
lawyer
that too.
put them out of there so that they're not in this position?
That's a great point. Even the Petito Schmidt family were living in a undisclosed location together. I believe Dr. Phil might have been paying for it, but they rented a house and were all staying together. And it was like to sort of be away from the media circus. It's like, I don't know why the Laundrie family isn't. And unfortunately, or fortunately, depends on how you look at it, there's people sympathetic to their cause that even if they couldn't afford it for whatever reason, somebody would have footed the bill for them because this has become what it's become. Hey, give us exclusive rights to whatever, and then we'll pay for everything for the next 10 years. Like it's not that unfathomable for it to become something that would have happened.
Exactly.
So, Avery, you've got us thinking. Thank you for sending in the super chat. And, we can determine what he is. And we don't know what he is, but if we can determine possibly what he is, then it helps lead to where he might be. Clark the Doberman, how are you?
Hey guys, I'm back. I got a little theory here you guys can ponder on. Working under the pretense that when he was back in Florida, the family did not know when she was going to be reported missing. So they were working against the clock. They also did not know, nobody knew how big this thing would blow up to. So if they did take him somewhere to hide him, most likely they would have got as much supplies as they could on a short notice before she was reported missing and then got him hidden. So working under that premise, going back to all the baskets on the lawn and stuff like that, what do you guys think about maybe they went out there and pulled that sign and all that stuff to almost egg on the protesters to get them kind of riled up so that they would overact and the authorities would make these protesters go away because they may be thinking he's running out of supplies. We got to get to him. We need this to start quieting down. So getting those people out of there, they may be almost panicking in a way that, they can't go anywhere to get them supplies right now, as long as there's people out there 24/7. But if they can egg them on, get the authorities to make these people go away, because they know he's running out of supplies. Because like I said, they didn't know how long he was going to have. They didn't know it was going to be this big, for one thing, that he'd be, running for as long as he has to be running out of supplies now. It's just a theory. Maybe you guys can give some insight on that.
I appreciate. Gavis, go ahead. What do you think?
Well, first off, we're not sure what the trip back on the 17th to the 23rd was all about.
Right.
Number one. Number two, it's public land. The protesters can be there even if the police say go away. I mean, they could say go away for an hour, but they could be back the next morning. I don't think that's even possible to eliminate people from being on public unless they get a restraining order against certain individuals to be within 200 yards of the house. So I don't think that the reason they came out to get the laundry baskets in 15 seconds was that reason. I think that they were probably not liking the laundry baskets being on their front lawn.
Well, yeah.
So that's kind of my thoughts.
It just, they had to have known it was going to really upset people, especially pulling that sign. The baskets, probably not, but the sign of her picture and stuff, they had to have known the reaction it'd get. It's almost like they wanted people to get upset and start getting a little friskier.
That's a pretty dangerous plan of attack, in my opinion. They can see the media is getting bigger and bigger. I thought when Dr. Phil came out with his interview, I thought the protesters out front of the house were going to go 10 times what they were already.
Right. Yeah, just trying to get into the mind of people that think completely different than a normal person can be a little tough sometimes, why people do these things a normal person wouldn't do,
They could also be cracking. They've been locked in that house for
they could be cracking.
4 weeks together and no nothing.
Right. All right, guys, I'll let you get to the other callers here.
Clark, thank you.
Yep.
Symbol Envy says, Avery, you're a great detective. I agree. You are a great detective. Maybe you should, if you're not a career detective, maybe you should do that. That'd be pretty cool. And I want to just shout out all of our mods that are working today. And you guys are doing such a great job. And just making sure that our chat is handled as responsibly as it can be. And I know that's a difficult task. And so thank you for your hard work down there. Really appreciate it. Southern Gal Jen, are you still there?
I am. I'm a patient gal. Hope you're both doing well tonight. Just with going back and seeing all of the body cam footage, I'm curious to both of your opinions and the chat's opinion. Do you believe that the FBI is holding on to the female ranger's body cam for a possible, conviction later on, depending on, of course, because we never got to hear what their conversation was in the vehicle with Gabby.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. I'm not surprised that the federal government would refuse to release that despite multiple attempts by the media to request that. If you think about it, the federal agencies have been really tight-lipped about everything. The FBI is not saying anything. We haven't learned anything new from them at all. So anything we're learning is coming from the most local level that it possibly can. They're the ones who are talking. It's the Northport Police. It's the Teton County Coroner. It's the body cam that came from the deputy of the sheriff's department. Nobody at a federal level is releasing anything. So I'm not surprised that they didn't release it. It could be part of their policy. I hope they do. One way I hope they don't, because I don't want to have to endure it. But one reason I hope they do, because I think it's going to shed some light.
I just think it's a bit telling. I keep going back into my mind so much. It pops up in my mind that there's things on that body cam footage that could lead to a conviction,
There's definitely some critical things on there, because when she gets her phone back, she probably talks to somebody and it didn't look like it was her parents. So who was it?
Mm-hmm. Right. All right. Just thought it's been really rolling around in my mind a lot lately.
I've thought about it a lot too, because it's like when I saw it, when I saw the first body cam footage, the first question I asked, and people can go back and watch the videos, I asked the question: does the female officer, is she wearing body cam footage? Because I want to know what was said between the two of them. So I hope it does come out in that sense, because I want to know what was said. So.
Okay.
Or even,
well, thank you again.
Or even the other Rangers cam footage too, right?
I would love to be able to see it.
As hard as it is to go through it, it's almost necessary, right?
Yeah, if we're trying to find all the answers possible, for sure. Peter, thanks for calling in. How are you?
Hey, Tyler. By the way, you're not being rude. Hey. My heart sank because the first case I could think of is the preppy murder killer in Central Park with Robert Chambers. And I am praying, because this family have been through enough already.
Yeah.
But from what I see with the lawyer and the family, they seem pretty cold-hearted. They are. I have a feeling they're going to use the erotica defense. I mean,
I think that's what people are saying.
Yeah, and it gets. Obviously, this has got big news, and it's. You're gonna have some lawyer that's trying to make a name for himself, and there's been so much police incompetence and the medical examiner. There's so many holes for them to shoot in here. I'm just praying for the family, because they're gonna drag Gabby through the mud if it goes to trial.
Why do you think they're not? Why do you think Brian took off then, if that's the case? Like, if there's so many holes in all.
And going back to what you guys were saying about the protesters, I've said this, just as you know, I retired from law enforcement, so I'm trying to be myself in a defense attorney's position.
Yeah.
His thing is, he's going to say that he feared for his life because there was protesters that were going to kill him. And I'm sure there's been death threats. It's not that I'm against protesting, but that's going to be his reason for leaving. I don't believe in it, but that's what he's going to say.
Yeah.
And that's my fear. And honestly, I wish there was a little bit more police presence in front of the house to prevent that from happening. And honestly, I think that's why they didn't hide. I think they were kind of drumming up that defense. Like, look, you guys see it every day. There's protesters yelling and screaming, and there's no police out here to protect me. So, I mean, if you were to ask me, I think this is a lawyer's dream. I'm let's face it, Northport police screwed up. Moab police screwed up. I can only imagine with the crime scene cops there. They don't investigate murders, and everyone with so much faith in the FBI, they, believe it or not, they really don't investigate many murders. I think they honestly got into this case to kind of pick up the mess that that the police created, and it is what it is now. But I'm just praying that they don't. I expect Brian to come in. I think the lawyer's going to bring him in because strangulation is defendable. We might not like the defense, but it's defendable, and that's my biggest fear.
Well, we appreciate your insight, especially being from the NYPD Blue. That's a famous law enforcement right there that you were part of, and so you have a lot more experience than at least I do. I don't think Gavin in his engineer career was ever a NYPD Blue officer. So,
I mean, just going with the medical examiner, I don't know if people realize this, but the guy was it's an elected position, and it's a general practitioner. He just hasn't done it enough, and I'm sure there was mistakes made that some other expert's going to come in and poke holes in. But with that, like I said, I'm just going to pray for the family and hope they don't go with that defense because it's going to get nasty.
I know, I would hate that, and then it's probably going to be public and
exactly. Anyhow, God bless you guys, and thanks a lot.
Thanks for tuning in today.
I'm actually hopeful that the lawyer sees this as an opportunity to pull Brian out of hiding now and thinks he's intelligent and he's going to be able to beat this. So I hope that this brings him out.
I put a chat question just saying, like, is it possible that Brian's going to get off on some, strange clause?
Well, this lawyer's going to try every rule there is in the law book to make sure that happens. But hopefully there'll be enough evidence on the other side that will not be the case.
My goodness. What a mess, man. What a mess.
Yeah, every time we turn around, it gets messier and messier.
Wow. I also asked the question, what is your favorite Feller Fam emoji? I'd be interested to hear from you. We just got a brand new one today for those in the Feller Fam called Debunked. And so when we debunk something, feel free to put that little debunked emoji out there. There's also a Gavlock emoji, a Let's Find Brian emoji, a Justice for Gabby emoji of my face, a Don't Stop, which, by the way, is the name of my book that comes out November 16th, but also characterizes our tenacity to chase after this problem that we're dealing with of us not knowing where Brian is at. We're not going to stop. We can't stop, won't stop. We're going to keep going. Don't stop until we're able to find justice for Gabby and find Brian. There has to be justice for Gabby. This whole thing doesn't make sense, Gavis, the energy you and I put in this, if there's not justice for Gabby.
Yeah, and hopefully it translates into justice for all the other missing people there are. Like the coroner was saying today, there's thousands of people. Why is this one so important? Because this one's actually touched all of us. So we're invested now.
Absolutely. I'm going to add Mallory to the stream. Mallory, how are you?
Your mic is muted.
Lori, how's it going?
It's going good, guys. How is it going with you all?
Hey, we're doing really well. Better that you're on the call with us now, and can't wait to hear what you have to say.
Yes, the story with Gabby Petito has really not only triggered me personally as a past domestic violence victim, but it also has really opened my eyes that I made the right decision back 10 years ago to leave a domestic violence situation where I was pretty much strangled myself, but luckily I didn't pass away from that. And in addition to it, I was verbally and emotionally and psychologically abused by my past significant other, or my ex significant other now. And it breaks my heart to see Gabby went through all of that, and then her on the police cam. I just hope they can bring Brian to justice, because that girl, she was 22, and I see a lot of myself in her with all of her like emotions and everything that she went through. And I'm just hoping that Brian could be found sooner rather than later and brought to justice, because what happened to Gabby shouldn't happen to her or to any woman for that matter.
Absolutely,
So
Lori. And I'm sorry that you had to go through that, and good for you for leaving. Proud of you for doing that. Now you're strong, you're resilient, you have wisdom that you didn't have before. You have a strength inside of you, like a lion ready to roar, that you didn't know you had, I don't think. And so there's a lot of love for you in the chat. And I know, like many others, your heart's connected to this case. Do you think Brian's hiding?
I think he's alive, and I think he's hiding either in Florida or the Appalachian Mountains. He had a good 2-week head start really before anyone started to really seriously search for him. 10 to 14 days, so about a week and a half to 2 weeks a head start. So I don't think he's deceased, because like I said, the way the parents are acting, they don't act like they're in mourning or sad or devastated that their son has taken his life. They're acting like it's just an ordinary day every day. So I think he's alive, and I think that he will be captured sooner rather than later, because there's too much notoriety and press with this case. And I think it's just a matter of time before he slips up, because like all criminals, they do slip up eventually. And him being young and full of himself in his head, it's just a matter of time before he slips up and someone notices him and captures him. And I'm hoping that when Dog comes back on the hunt, that he is the one that captures him, because I think Dog has really got a lot of good leads, and I think he has a lot of good indication of where he might possibly be or be heading. It's just that Dog's just behind, because Brian had a head
Well, Dog's
start.
a little older, and yeah, and he hurt himself. He hurt his ankle. So, but definitely appreciate your thoughts on this, and I'm praying that the Lord gives Dog a vision and a dream where Brian's at, and he goes and finds him. Like, I think that's possible. So you can join with me in prayer about that, and that'd be great.
Yes, sir, definitely. And I want to thank you guys for having a good show and being very professional and loving and putting God first above all else.
That's what
Because
we're trying to do.
with God's strength, we can do all things through Christ, which strengthens us, according to Philippians 4:13. So we all need to keep that in mind, that God is the focal point. Keep Him first, and He will work everything out for the betterment and for the good of everyone.
Amen, Lori. Thank you for calling in.
Thank you so much for having me, guys.
Yep. We have a God who makes the impossible possible. Okay, that's just who He is. And if you don't believe it, I can prove it to you a variety of ways. And I've seen it happen so many times in my life. Jen is saying that she heard a rumor that the body cam on the Ranger will be coming out. Jen, I hope that's true. I've been researching it. KSL, who's the local media outlet, has put in several different requests, and they've all been denied. Tyler, what was the latest statement from the Laundrie's attorney? The latest statement that the Laundrie's attorney came out with, basically, to summarize it, said it's a tragic loss that somebody so young as Gabby, had to lose their life. At this time, Brian remains a person of interest in the homicide, but has a warrant out for his arrest because of using Gabby's debit card. And as soon as we locate him, we'll deal with that, essentially is what it said.
I just wanted to point out that Dog may be injured, but his team is still working very vigilantly on the leads that they're getting.
Yeah, Lisa, his daughter's running point on that, according to the latest sort of communication piece that they let out. So, Mallory, how are you?
Hi, can you guys hear me?
It's not very good audio, but we can hear you.
Hold on, let me unplug my microphone. Can you hear me a little better?
Not sure yet. Give it another go.
Okay, if you can hear me, I just wanted to say, first of all, thank you guys for what you did a couple nights ago with the prayer after the stream.
Yeah,
Second of all,
that was awesome, wasn't it?
yeah, that was really nice of you. I appreciated that.
Thank you.
Second, I just wanted to say, do we know if the FBI has like the ability to contact Graham? Because I'm pretty sure they can like ping if there is activity or is using his phone, since there obviously has been Instagram activity.
Yeah, I think the Instagram activity is more related to people that he was following, blocking him. And the Instagram live thing was debunked. Hey, use that debunked emoji if you have it. And then the other thing that you're saying is like, I don't think he's using his actual cell phone. In fact, his actual cell phone he left behind. So he would be using like a burner phone. And I doubt he would use a burner.
Yeah.
If he does have a phone, I doubt he would use a burner phone to contact his parents, because likely they're tracking his parents' phone.
There was one more thing. Yeah, I think he bought a burner phone too, just to leave it as how it. Me and a couple other people, like if you were to, I tried it with Gabby's account. If you were to video call her on Instagram, and they'll just for like 2 minutes and then say that she didn't join. But for his account, it says like after 30 seconds that it was declined. So that's just nothing. But I found that kind of weird too. Like that someone that have to be pressing a decline button to do that.
Very interesting. Your audio is messed up, so we're gonna let you go. But
All right,
thank you
thanks,
for calling
guys.
in. I don't know how, like, the specifics of that technology. I don't video call people often from Instagram, so I don't know what the response on the other side of it is. There's some strange things that happen with technology, though.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Don't you think if he had a burner phone, he would have went to like a dollar store somewhere and just paid cash for it? It would have been a prepaid phone, not attached to any name. And so he didn't go to the AT&T store to buy a burner phone. He would have went to AT&T store to throw off the fact that he was going somewhere else to buy a burner phone, like Walmart or a dollar. Where I live, Dollar Generals are on every other street.
Yeah, it could have been misdirection, or they thought they could have snuck out and got the phone and then realized they got caught and went, okay, get rid of that one, get a different. Yeah, we don't know.
Very interesting. What's your heart telling you about the coroner's report?
Well, just he did what his job is, and that's give cause and manner of death. And
Neil?
there could be more to it.
Hey guys, how's it going? I just wanted to share some of my thoughts with you guys, and basically what I was thinking is that I don't think Brian is on some back trail, hunkering down and fending for himself. I think he's in someone's house, and he has somebody kind of helping him, and who knows, maybe he's even watching this live stream right now. What do you guys think about that?
I had somebody email me and say, can we save the chat because we think Brian Laundrie may be this certain person.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it.
Well, I tell you, my mods have eyes like hawks, and I know that they subscribe to Tyler's channel today, so they're going to be watching for good things like that.
Right. Yeah, I just highly doubt that he's on the trail still at this point. I mean, even, saying that he's an outdoorsman and he has experience and all this different stuff, I just kind of find it hard to believe that without somebody's help that he'd still be out there. I just think that he's in someone's house.
I think everybody's thinking that.
Even his sister said he's probably an average survivalist at best. And when he said he's out in the Appalachians for 3 months, it was probably more like 3 days. So take it with a grain of salt.
Right. Well, yeah. Anyway, that's about it, guys. But thank you for taking my call.
And we're looking at all angles. We're looking at properties in New York. We're looking at properties in Texas. We're looking at everything that we can possibly dig up that's connected.
Right. Yeah, I bet he's somewhere, and I doubt it's out of the country. I'm sure he's just somewhere that nobody's looked yet.
Yeah. Well, we can't eliminate out of the country either, so we have to keep them
true.
all at our fingertips.
Thanks, Neil.
Right on, guys. Okay. Shoot.
Appreciate Neil calling in today. Southern gal Jin says, let's take a second and pray. So, Father, in the mighty name of Jesus, I just declare right now that you're given supernatural wisdom. I speak your scripture. It says we can ask you and you'll tell us remarkable secrets about things not yet known. I pray that those secrets, those things that you hold in the heavenly realm just begins to be downloaded to those of us who are working on this. There can be justice for Gabby. And Lord, I pray for these families involved. You'll surround them with your love, with your favor, with your grace, with your attention, with your affection. Father, we just thank you, Jesus, that this didn't take you by surprise and you're here with us. In fact, some of the reason that there's such a highlight on this is because you're in it and you're working it out for your glory, Father. And so we just pray for wisdom in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, Rita, for becoming a member. You joined a great group of people who've become members today. You joined Backstreet Poet, Jenny from the Block, Dakota, B, A Feline, Artemis, Mushroom Clouds, Michelle, Treese, Tiffany, Ali, and Diane. Yep, great group of people. Thank you so much for joining. Somebody made a good point. I didn't realize that the parents would have burner phones too. Then that wouldn't be able to be traceable. If that's the case, that could be true. I could see that. Parents also got the dollar store phones. That makes sense. Joyce says, thank you for that prayer. It helps. Brian is possibly communicating with someone sending codes of communication back so the FBI won't pick up on. Yeah, it makes sense if they were sending it through some sort of third-party situation.
I would think that the FBI has some pretty smart people. They could eliminate, you could write a program that would just eliminate local phone calls and isolate as little as 10 numbers. And I think it could track that back pretty quickly.
I think, yeah, you'd have to have a pretty sophisticated rerouting system around it, right?
Mm-hmm.
They could be using like voice, like Google Voice or something, using a VPN, and
mm-hmm. But then they would probably still see if the Laundrie household is going out. You know what I mean? Like if you just got a map of everything in that area with a baseline of this is active, and then all of a sudden you get one or two go out of that, I think they could pick that up pretty easily.
The lawyer could have full access to Brian and doesn't have to admit anything, according to Jerry. And I watched some interview with a lawyer, and they're saying lawyers are allowed to lie on behalf of their clients at certain times.
And that's why we're investigating all the property in New York.
Keith asks how you become a member. There should be a join button. If you're on a phone, I think it's by the $sign. You click on the $sign. It allows you to join to become a member that way. It's a pretty easy process, but it's a great thing. If you're able to join the Feller fam, there's some perks that come to it. And I'm just excited about the Feller fam and those of you guys that have joined it. Thank you guys so much. I thought about this too. We haven't talked about it much, Gabby, but WB Oliver says, what about a houseboat? Well, there's plenty of people that live on houseboats. I think that's a total... Right there in Florida, you have the whole coastal line. Absolutely. It's a possibility he could be on a houseboat.
Yeah, I was looking into catamarans today down by that Marco Island, because that's a pretty rich, posh area, and perhaps maybe the lawyer had a yacht or a catamaran. And yeah, you could just go anchor up offshore, and you could take enough food with you that you could survive for months without ever coming into contact with anyone.
Kitronic 11, what do you have to say? Hopped on and then hopped right off. Yeah, I think the houseboat thing is a thing. Kim says, I think there is a reason that the Laundries aren't leaving their house. Communicating via snail mail? Huh.
We saw 2 packages, but I don't know if that's an effective way to communicate these days.
Wonder if they've got, like, I noticed their front lawn wasn't looking very good. I wonder, like, why don't they hire somebody to come mow it? I bet people wouldn't want to be hired to mow it.
Or hopefully they refuse to, and we just let that thing overgrow and they get a ticket and they have to pay the city comes in and do it for them.
Chrissy, thanks for calling in. How are you? I think your mic's muted. It says your mic isn't connected. So you're going to have to connect your mic, Chrissy.
Hello?
How are you?
Hello.
Hello.
Okay. Hi, Gabby's and Tyler. Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you. Go ahead, Chrissy. We can hear you.
Okay. I just have
It seems like Chrissy's not doing a great a great job connecting for some reason. Kayla says, Tyler, we appreciate your channel. Is there any way for people to reach out to you spiritually if needed? Yeah, priority for that definitely goes to my church and the people in my church, but definitely you can email press@tylerfeller.com or send me an Instagram message. And if I'm available, definitely. Bobby, how are you?
How you doing, buddy?
Pretty
Hey,
good.
I was just wondering. I just joined your stream, and I was watching plenty of other channels. I was wondering, did you hear about that document that had the manual strangulation?
Yeah, that was the coroner's report today.
Yeah, but they weren't sure whether it was a manual strangulation or if it was used by like a rope.
Yeah, he didn't go into if it was a garrote or he just said it was a throttling.
Yeah, but there was a document leaked that said manual strangulation.
I don't know if it was leaked. It was one that they put out for the public to see. It was manual strangulation / throttling, which is just the classification of what happened.
Okay.
Yeah, and
Well,
garrote would be another type of classification.
True. I'm all new to this. I appreciate it, guys. Thanks.
Thanks, Bobby. So,
well, we got some good questions.
Jennifer M's popped on and off like 5 times. Let's see if it's going to work. Jennifer, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, great. Yeah, I've been waiting to emphasize that the coroner's statement about domestic violence was a divine intervention in this whole case. I mean, nobody else has called that so far. And his exact words were not the only death we are investigating involving domestic violence. And I think that was a team feeling. You know, he was not an incompetent coroner. They had all sorts of professional competence at the autopsy. And the fact that he may have let that slip was a godsend, because what it does is it makes this a domestic violence homicide by strangulation investigation and case. And there is only one domestic partner involved in this, and that is Brian. And I think the emphasis should go now from all you guys who are covering this to that aspect. There needs to be a whole separate category of domestic violence homicide. And Brian
Great.
was the domestic partner. No
Great.
question about it. You know, law enforcement did not pull him over for stealing the van because they recognized Gabby and Brian as domestic partners. So the fact that the coroner let that slip today was a bombshell for me. I mean, that just totally caught me. And I was like, yeah, call it like it is. This is what it is. And we need to start calling it that. Domestic violence
I think you're absolutely on the right track, Jennifer. Great job. Great assessment. Great way to think about it. Thank you for being so patient. Thank you for calling in today.
Yeah, we need to start. We need to start calling it what it is, and that coroner did that today.
Absolutely. Thank you.
He called it like it was, like it is. Yeah, and we need to start referring to it. The end now of person of interest. It's a domestic violence homicide by strangulation, manual strangulation, and Brian Laundrie is the only domestic partner involved in this, and it makes it real simple.
I think I think her internet's messing up and I don't think she can really hear what we're saying, but I think that she's for sure on the right path.
I think there's going to be a lot of evidence out on that other side of the creek bed, especially in order to get there. So if there's tracks of anyone else or a bear or whatever, I think that the picture is going to be quite clear.
Karen says, did you guys hear that Brian Itten said it was not him on the Zoom chat today? He said it was someone posing as him. I saw that. He said there were at least 4 people posing as him on that Zoom call today. It wasn't that hard. Anybody could have got on that Zoom call because they put the link out publicly. So literally anybody could have got on that Zoom call. So 4 people got on the Zoom call as Brian Enten, and some lady was in charge of picking who made questions. So she was well aware of the names and faces that surrounded this and was calling out all the ones that we were following. And then when she called out Brian Enten, it turned out not to be Brian Enten. And apparently they were writing some pretty grotesque things in the chat.
There's trolls everywhere. And yeah, you got to watch out for sure, right?
Maureen says, at least we heard Ashley Banfield. Yeah, she actually, I think, set the guy up that came up after her that caused the guy to slip on the DV comment.
I thought she was great. Her question was, I think, the best one that was presented in the whole entire.
And he gave an answer to it, too. It wasn't like, I'm not allowed to talk about that.
Yeah.
Lori, how are you? Okay, she wasn't actually there. He should be labeled, according to Megan, as a suspect, not a person of interest. What do you think about that?
I'm just hopeful that the lawyer thinks he's got an opportunity to represent Brian now and he comes out of hiding. That's what I'm hoping for.
It feels like a lot of people, when they talk about John Walsh's questions, they weren't satisfied with them.
No, he was a little bit aggressive, and he's been through the process a whole bunch of times. So I was a little bit taken back that he wasn't more familiar with what the coroner could and couldn't reveal. We weren't going to get the big full meal deal. We knew that, but he could have poised his question somewhat better, I think.
Yeah, he was just asking questions. The guy was like, well, we're not allowed to answer that. I wish I would have got on there and asked some questions. What would you have asked, Gabby's?
I would have said, can you give me an example of what strangulation by throttling is?
Yeah.
Something like that, demonstrate, or something to, and ask him, if is it common for the head after 21 days to be separated from the torso, or just things like that. See where he would go with it.
Yeah, I would have done something that pulled out more information about the situation.
And how that could have happened, or, was it just like a rear naked chokehold, or was it an actual, gripping? And he would have been able to tell that. He should have been able to demonstrate, how did you come up with this conclusion?
Or like, what are the other types and how do you define them there in Wyoming where you're at, or whatever?
Exactly. Just make him talk more. Just get him talking so he does slip up, not give him an opportunity to just put up the brick wall and say, that's not part of my job. Sorry.
Yeah, more open-ended questions.
Mm-hmm.
Pamela.
Hello. Hold
How
on.
are you?
Let me mute you guys. Hold on.
Okay.
I don't know how to mute you guys. Okay.
Yeah, more open-ended questions. Pamela.
Hi, can you hear me?
We need you to mute.
Let me mute you guys.
You have to mute your source.
I muted her mic for just a second so she can mute, because otherwise it's pointless to have somebody on. John Walsh is 75 years old. Dog the Bounty Hunter is 68 years old. These are not spring chickens anymore, but they're still fighting the good fight.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Hi, guys. I love your show. God bless you both.
Thank you.
I was away for a while, so I'm just going to ask this question. And if you already answered it, please be patient. But since it's strangulation, does that rule out the other two ladies as being
It detaches them a bit from my mind, but still there's so many coincidences. It's hard to think they're unrelated, but it does detach them a bit from my perspective.
We still don't have those autopsy reports either from the two girls.
Oh, that's true.
It does detach them a bit. There we are in the background. So, but yeah, I mean, from it's okay. But from my perspective, I've been building out two timelines anyways. One where the Kylan and Crystal situation is connected and one where they're not, because we don't know for sure. So I don't want to bank on something that we don't know, but I also don't want to leave it hanging as if it didn't happen. So I'm just sort of going down two tracks. One that the three are connected and one that they're not. And then eventually one of the paths are going to win out. And then you take all that energy with you. That's sort of how I'm thinking about everything.
Yeah, it just keeps getting more complex, doesn't it?
It does.
All right. Well, God bless you guys. Thanks for your show and for your patience without all of us elderly.
You know what? I'm so proud of the generation of people that are not in my same generation, but an older generation that are figuring out this technology, because it means you're anxious to help find solutions in the same way that we are. So thank you.
Thank you. All right. Talk to you guys later.
Yeah, I know. I mean, people are still talking about the three of them being connected. What do you think, Gabby's?
I think there's a high probability that they are. I mean, somebody showed me a photo today. They went Street View on Google Maps, and you guys stay at the Bowen Motel, and you're basically looking exactly right at the moonflowers. So it's just too many oddities.
Yeah. If somebody's saying, what would have I asked about the press conference? I would have done the route more of like the media circus route thing that the guy did that stumbled him up. That's how I ask questions. Like I would have went like, man, been crazy for you. You're not used to that, are you? Ugh. So you talk a little bit about that. What are cases normally like that you deal with compared to this one? And then just see if anything slipped. Because again, it's about getting him to talk more. Every sentence he said was loaded because he knows so much. He's been working with the FBI. He's not used to not knowing what he can say and can't say. So I would have just put it out there and went like, yeah, I feel for you, dude. You're not used to this. You're just a doctor out here in Wyoming. You're used to just treating people and just doing some normal stuff. But
yeah,
man,
get him to try to demonstrate what would cause that. Exactly.
I don't know if I would have went on the what would have caused it sort of a thing, but I would have went with like, talk about the differences between this case and other cases.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Just get him talking. I agree.
So that the guy who came the closest to it was the one that got him to slip up.
But Ashley Banfield asked a really great question as well. Like she set it up beautifully, and he had to respond with more than just a one-word answer. He would have just looked a bit of a dorkish answer, right? So.
And I think it was purposeful that he was using Zoom and not in person. But I would have loved to have been in person with him and just sat down and, looked him in the eye. There's something about eye contact too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I should have got, next time there's a press conference and there's a public link to it, maybe I should sign up for it.
Try to get in. Yeah.
Yeah. Tyler Feller from the YouTube show that has no name. We also have Gabby's. Here's my question.
Or maybe get me to call it, and then you could go to my Twitch and stream my Twitch.
Richard, how are you?
Good. How you doing?
Doing well.
So I just tuned into your show. I normally watch it. But I noticed right before I got on, I wasn't sure if you seen the leaked document from the coroner's office.
I don't think it was leaked, but yeah, we've talked about it quite a bit. It's
Okay.
just a simple statement.
Yeah, but it had some pretty telling information from what I read up onto it. Basically it was saying that the coroner was withholding information.
I think that the information of him making a filing about the, what was it, method, whatever, the strangulation thing, he was having to file that. It was all going to become public. So he just held a press conference, so it didn't seem like he was trying to withhold anything.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to give you a heads up in case you hadn't heard it. You guys are doing a good job and keep up the good work.
Thanks, Richard.
Yep. Bye.
Nice lady, are you there?
Yep.
Okay, apparently not. So people call in and then don't talk. So why do people think that was leaked, Gabbys? I don't understand.
Me neither. No, that's the official record, and it's stamped and certified and all that good stuff. So
Put it on the screen so people can see it, but it's just, there's nothing about it that felt like it was leaked to me. It's just what it was. It was just like, here it is. In the matter of Gabrielle Venora, which was her middle name, Petito, I, Brent Blue, medical doctor, coroner of Teton County, Wyoming, hereby find the cause and manner of death to be death by manual strangulation / throttling, manner, homicide. Brent Blue, MD, Teton County, coroner. This was the filed statement that he was, submitting to the district court. So,
yeah, I don't think this document is leaked in any way, shape, or form. This is just standard procedure.
It's like people just some YouTuber probably was like, "Oh, I got this leaked document from the, and it's like a way that they could just do it to get clicks."
Yeah, but we don't do that. We stay on the straight and narrow and have a great community here, and don't fall into that garbage.
Stay away from people that try to sensationalize, guys. Well, we pretty much talked about everything. I don't know what else there's to talk about. And been a good night, guys. Thank you for joining. Thanks to Rita, Backstreet Poet, Jenny from the Block, Dakota B, A Feline, Artemis, Mushroom Clouds, Michelle, Treese, Tiffany, Ali, and Diane, who all joined the Feller fam today. Thank you so much. And look forward to seeing you guys later. Thank you, Gabbys. Go check them out on Twitch, Gabbys Con. All you got to do is go to twitch.tv, type in Gabbys Con in the search, no space bars. It'll bring them up. Thanks, guys, for tuning in.